This video is sponsored by the Rykov Effect. Discover the secret technique for unlocking your inner genius. Watch the full-length Rykov Effect video free by clicking the link in the description below.
The Akashic Records are the universal archives of each lifetime and experience that you have ever lived, an accurate and comprehensive record of your spirit's excursion from the beginning to the present day and past. Wikipedia depicts the Akashic Records. The Akashic Records, Akasha, is a Sanskrit word signifying either sky or space, and is a term used to portray an abridgment of magical information encoded in a non-physical plane of existence. These records are portrayed as containing all information on human experience and historical backdrop of the universe. They are allegorically depicted as a library. Other analogues normally found in discourse regarding the subject incorporate an all-inclusive supercomputer and the mind of God. Answers.com offers a few definitions, including this Hindu depiction of the Akashic or Akasha, one of the 5 basic standards of nature as indicated by Hindu mysticism. Akasha is the first of these standards, and out of it the others are made. These inconspicuous standards, or tattvas, are identified with the 5 senses of human and to the essential components of issue: water, apas, fire, tehas, air, vayu, and earth, prithivi. The all-plaguing Akasha is liable for vibrations of sound and light. ehow.com clarifies the Akashic Records. The word Akashic originates from the word Akasha, which is Sanskrit for either sky or space. Numerous spiritualists portray the Akashic Records as being the aggregate consciousness and thoughts of all people. This collective awareness is like an arranged documenting framework where each idea, activity, and event that has occurred, is going on, or will happen is recorded. My own experience in the Akashic Records, both as a record reader and an Akashic reading customer, is that an Akashic reading offers a particular preferred position over other kinds of psychic and intuitive readings, as they are more exact than the tarot, more accurate than a psychic reading, more detailed than numerology, and more explicit than your astrology graph can foresee. In contrast to a tarot or psychic reading, where somebody must decipher the arcane symbology of the tarot or the sifted and faulty psychic realm, the information you get from your Akashic reading originates from the most noteworthy possible resource in the universe, and perhaps more significantly, it will give you the most appropriate and accurate answers to the inquiries you look for, as it is coming directly from your very own Akashic Records. The Akashic Records nothing over to translation, as these are your Akashic Records that just scatter the answers to your inquiries plainly, and in the most suitable way for you to most effectively comprehend. You will get clear, comprehensive, and concise direction from your Akashic Records that you won't get from some other kind of metaphysical or intuitive present practice. The Akashic Records are the most perfect asset for reasonable direction today and can be considered as your own asset for divine direction. It is my true conviction, based on more than 30 years of broad investigation, practical and research experience, that when you plan an Akashic reading, you will get the most exact and detailed instinctive reading that an individual can access today. Put essentially, your Akashic Record is the vivacious recording of your soul's excursion since your very beginning. It is every little thing about you, surrounding you, and inside you. It is all that you are, have been, and the potentials you are yet to turn into. It is a unique field of vitality that saturates your whole existence. It isn't something separate from you, however, an essential part of you. I believe that Akashic Records are living, evolving reports. As you change, develop, heal, your Akashic Records are refreshed to mirror those changes. As you can envision, your Akashic Records hold a vast amount of information. There is no closure to the information you can investigate about yourself and your relationships with others when working in the Akashic Records. The information is constantly exhibited to you in a compassionate and loving way from your divine spiritual family. Father, Mother, God, Goddess, God, Goddess, Source, Ascended Masters, Spirit, Universe, Archangels, friends, and family, and so forth. There are explicit beings, vigorous angels that specialize in the vitality field of the Akashic Records, and I consider them the record keepers. I believe that at last we are all one. So when I allude to the record keepers as other beings, I likewise comprehend that they are simply one part of me, from my point of view, and another part of every one of you from your viewpoints. For ease of discussion purposes, I may allude to them as beings or as energetic aspects. So these beings, the record keepers, are additionally a piece of your divine spiritual family. These divine beings have consistently been next to you, excitingly standing by to help you. Keeping in mind your through and through freedom, they do hold up until you start contacts and request help. Using the strategy instructed in this book is extremely simply helping you to make an easy-to-use method for requesting direction and accepting it. The information that is gotten from your Akashic Records is an immediate after effect of your inquiries. Your inquiries guide the record keepers and ascended masters' right, enthusiastic space to recover the appropriate responses that you are ready to know. Notice the key words ready to know. Now and then we think we are prepared to know something. However, in reality, we are most certainly not. On those occasions, the appropriate answer appears to evade us, just to get perfectly clear in the strangest and most improbable moments, or then again, as I like to state, in the divine right minute. Envision an infinite apple plantation loaded with apple trees that are packed with apples. Every apple holds the key to various encounters your soul has had, and each tree represents themes that you have encountered all through your soul's excursion. When you need to know a specific piece of information, you need to concoct an approach to guide the record keepers to the right tree and afterwards to the right apple. By picking the right apple, you will get the information you are looking for, which will encourage your healing and development. Often the awareness of the core cause of an issue is enough to create the energetic shift that results in a healing. Other times you will need to put into practice the insights that you were given in order to manifest the energetic shift in your Akashic Records. Putting it into practice could be as simple as making a new choice when confronted with a repetitive pattern healing. A shift in energetic frequency to the next higher level of divine love and light, which may manifest in the spiritual, physical, mental, or emotional realms. The record keepers are the enthusiastic perspectives that watch out for these immense apple plantations, and when you pose an inquiry, it assists with guiding them to the right tree. The more explicit your inquiry, the closer you find a workable pace apple that holds the piece of information you are looking for. The potential for healing occurs when you can truly get down to the core of an issue, the seed of wisdom and knowledge that is covered up within the particular apple. Regularly, the awareness of the core reason for an issue is sufficient to make the energetic move that brings about a healing. Other times you should incorporate the bits of knowledge that you were given so as to show the vivacious shift in your Akashic Records. Putting it into practice could be as basic as settling on another decision when confronted with a repetitive pattern, healing. A move in fiery recurrence to the following more elevated level of celestial light and love, which may show up in the physical, profound, mental, or enthusiastic domains. There is a boundless potential for recuperating when working with the vitality of the Akashic Records. The degree of the recuperating healing itself is directly identified with your degree of responsibility and purpose to heal yourself. When you set your plan within yourself that you are prepared to do your internal work, the record keepers promptly approach to help you as well as can be expected. Like all other divine parts of vitality, the record keepers transmit upon you the vitality of divine love and give direction when you ask or when you make it known to in a certain way that you need assistance. Your divine spiritual family can never meddle with your through and free will. In this matter, you should start the connection and request what you need or want. They are anxiously anticipating your initiation and are prepared to react. Having a solid, clear connection with your inward wisdom is more than a blessing. It is a divinely given right. You don't need to procure this special ability. It isn't something that is just for the chosen few. It is for everyone who sets aside the effort to make it realize that they need it. As a co-maker of your world, it is dependent upon you to start a change in your life. First, you should request help. Then you should be willing to use the information you get. It is always your decision, however, if you do not put into practice what you are learning. At that point, nothing in your life is going to change. You know the well-known axiom, the meaning of insanity is to continue doing what you have constantly done and hope to get different results. Our divine family of light sends us messages and direction constantly. It is dependent upon us to either acknowledge those messages or disregard them. They plant the seeds of knowledge and light and sit tight for us to nurture those seeds. They stand by patiently as we permit or allow those seeds to develop into wisdom. They likewise watch with interminable acceptance and compassion, and if and when we decide to squash those seeds instead of nurturing them, they transmit us with the same adoring vitality regardless of whether we decide to settle on the regular old decisions and create the same old patterns, basically disregarding any direction they were trying to give. That is what free will is about. You generally have the right to pick without stress of being judged by your divine family. The primary reason for working in your Akashic records isn't to get mandates about how to manage your life or how to carry on with your life. However, to furnish you with the knowledge, wisdom, and information you need to widen your perspective, allowing you to settle on more healthy decisions. At the end of the day, working with the vitality of the Akashic records furnishes you with the help you need to develop and evolve spiritually and personally. When you have a clear goal that you are prepared to heal all parts of your life, at that point, your actual work starts. Spirit reacts to your solicitations to heal and gives you the opportunity for development. Each time something comes up for you in your life that presses your buttons, it is Spirit's method for providing you with an opportunity for development. It has consistently been like this. What matters is that now you will be able to go into your records, dig around, investigate, and reveal the core of the current issue. When you have revealed the core issue, you can start the recuperating procedure. The record keepers are sitting tight with expectation for you to start this individual and spiritual excursion. The minute you settled on the cognizant's choice to read this book, they were able to draw even nearer to your being. They have constantly been at your service, however, and couldn't interfere. At that point, when you pick this book, you are making an impression on them that you are eager to get going. Because of your actions, they can step closer. They want you to figure out how to interface with them and your own internal intelligence more effectively, so they might be of more help to you during this time of development. Self-discovery, spiritual development, and self-improvement are exceedingly significant pieces of your healing process. Through your connection with your Akashic records and your divine spiritual family, you will encounter further and more profound degrees of self-strengthening and self-direction as you find the euphoria of going inside to interface directly with your divine source. With each visit to your Akashic records, you can possibly recuperate another bit of yourself. With each healing shift of vitality, you feel increasingly whole and complete. The more complete you feel, the harder it is for anybody or any circumstance to knock you off balance again. You can keep up longer and longer periods, centeredness, and peacefulness every single day. With every visit to your Akashic records, you likewise come to see increasingly more of your actual nature, your spirit and soul nature, your co-creative God-Goddess nature. The work isn't in every simple case, however, it is certainly worth it. Akashic record reading is the basis of all divination techniques. The term Akashic Records may appear to be befuddling because of the word's origin in Sanskrit, but the idea truly is very simple to comprehend. Also, you should get some information on what they are on the grounds that Akashic Record reading is the genuine heart and foundation of all other divination methods. The Akashic Records are basically the entirety of all history and knowledge. When an individual dies, they can quickly investigate these records, and that Akashic vision is the life passing before the eyes that overcomers of death encounters have reported. These, the hereafter records, contain accurate and detailed information from an earlier time, the present, and what's to come. They are additionally dynamic to oblige the numerous decisions we make over the span of our lives. Akashic Record reading is the heart and foundation of all divination procedures, and I guarantee you that is completely true. The entirety of the various strategies for seeing the future are basically methods for accessing the information in the eternal book of all information and knowledge. Tarot cards. You ought to understand that what's to come is constantly fixed at this point, adaptable. The tarot reader rearranges and places the cards, but the deck has just landed at that apparently random but rather fated request as a result of what is in the Akashic Records about the present future. The tarot peruser then interprets, and this is the place the tarot reading can frequently neglect to be exact. My point here is that the tarot cards were spread out precisely the manner in which the Akashic Records predicted they would be, and in fact how they made them turn out. Spirit guides, I guess the most ideal approach to portray this is to contrast using a spirit guide with calling a companion and asking them to read a newspaper for you. That is truly what's going on with this divination system. The medium asks the spirit guide to read the Akashic Records. The psychic probably won't understand that the spirit guide is reading from that point, however, that is positively what the guide is doing. The issue with using a spirit guide for divination is that the psychic only gets recycled information. Any misconception between the spirit guide and the psychic likens to mistakes in the reading. Crystal balls. This divination system isn't as well known as it used to be, and it has been the butt of numerous jokes. However, crystal ball is one of the better divination strategies in light of the fact that the ball allows the psychic to center their non-physical eyes onto the contents of the Akashic Records. What's more, with a precious stone ball reading, there isn't a spirit guide or a lot of entangled props like tarot cards. Tea leaves and all other divination techniques are the equivalent. They all look to gain information from the astral domain from a pretty much direct strategy. So how can one get the absolute best and most exact psychic reading possible? The response to that is simple. One basically needs to search for a divination that originates from eternity's recording framework in the most direct course possible. Discover someone who can look straight into the Akashic Records for your actual answers. I initially heard about the Akashic Records from a Native American who clarified that they contain the natural law and the crows are the guardians. When we are living in the third dimension, we can't move towards the Akashic Records with the exception of our sleep. They are a piece of information that is accessible to our collective unconscious when our psyches are in a delta wave brain pattern. As a greater amount of us can move into the fourth dimension, we can get to these records from our waking lives. The Akashic Records are put away in the fifth dimension. Thus, we can possibly understand them when they are accessed by our higher self or somebody who realizes how to pose the inquiries of an Akashic bookkeeper. In the fifth dimension, there is no designation of future or past. All time exists at the present time. The Akashic Records are best taken a look at when our goal is to push us ahead on our path towards our most elevated purpose. Since there is just now, they contain all information, present, past, and future, and so can offer you the response to what befell JFK, or are Brad and Angelina going to break up? But these are ego-based inquiries. Such an inquiry is information only for having information. Or then, says again Dr. Hugh Len of Ho'oponopono, information, information, information. As in the law of attraction, what you find the Akashic Records is a reflection of your plan and intent. If you are just interested, you will be offered information to intrigue you more. If you seek information for your most elevated good and the most noteworthy good of humankind, at that point you will be given phenomenal information. With authorization, you can access the Akashic Records of someone else. If you are doing this for the most noteworthy great of the individual and of every single conscious being, you will be given useful information. There are individuals who are trained in the Akashic Records and the degrees of information that can be gotten. If you seek to use your Akashic Record, you would do well to use one of these trained individuals or to undertake training yourself. Healing should be possible in the fifth dimension. A few professionals figure out how to heal vivacious blocks either for themselves or for their customers while they are accessing the Akashic Records. You will require the assistance of your soul guides to figure out where the healing should be finished. Your soul's path. As we draw nearer and closer to the shift, our spirits are quickening in their development toward their purpose. Every spirit has its own difficulties and objectives. If you figure out how to access the Akashic Records, you can realize what your spirit's purpose is and about the blocks or difficulties that you can expect. This will assist us with staying in the present in the terms used by Byron Katie and Eckhart Tolle. We are soul beings as opposed to egos lost in the past and worried about what's to come. We make our life through our decisions and our expectations. We will never be caught up in pessimism, except if we relate to our ego in past and future. The soul can just exist in the present. At the point when we relate to our spirit with beings of light, we will consistently settle on the right decisions. Wrong decisions can once in a while permit negative impacts to connect to us, and since they join at soul level, they can tail us starting with one lifetime, then on to the next. They will just be there out of sight. Accessing the Akashic Records. An insight to your past, present, and future. Envision a library that has no restrictions. Envision its racks loaded up with countless books with innumerable pages. Envision it, being in a holy spot that no man can get to genuinely or see with physical eyes, yet at the same time it is there. It is there as a reality that exists past time and space and is made up of unadulterated divine light, a light that no natural being can detect under a 3D vision, yet at the same time can experience and be a piece of it through the intensity of its intuitive mind and its spiritual existence. This is the unceasing formation of the Akashic Records. Akashic derives from the Sanskrit word akasha, which signifies ether, or vast space or essential substance. These records are framed by the composed excursion of each individual soul since the beginning of this planet and are otherwise called the Book of Remembrance or the Book of Life. Each idea, each word, each activity of the individual and his collaborations with the rest of the creation, all through its numerous manifestations and visits on this planet, are registered on these etheric pages. It's where one can find the past, present, and fate of each living being. It has been compared to the internet and countless individual sites. Through the web, everybody can get to his or her own site or the other sites, notwithstanding no one, but we can modify our own site. Similarly, the Akashic Records are not static books, but rather made by intuitive pages, with a progressing, innovative boost upon the present. An individual is capable, through the power of free will, to subconsciously or consciously recompose its history and furthermore alter its potential future course. The Akashic Records are not genuine books or scrolls. However, numerous individuals consider them to be such when they get to them, but they are really a lively vibration. It is this vitality vibration that converts into pictures, structures, images, symbols, and language that the brain can comprehend. There has been a reference to the Book of Life and Akashic Records by numerous old religions, civilizations, and cultures. It goes back to the Assyrians, Babylonians, and the Hebrews, and the Phoenicians. Information on the Book of Life we can discover in the New and Old Testaments, for example, Psalm 139, Exodus 32:32, Philippians 4. In our recent history, there is a channel and mentioned information from the originator of Theosophical Society and Madame Blavatsky 1831 to 1891, and the author of the Anthroposophical Society, Rudolf Steiner. In any case, the broadest source of information with respect to the Akashic Records comes structure the insightful work of Edgar Cayce, 1877 to 1945. Cayce was a Christian spiritualist and originator of the Association for Research and Enlightenment and Inc. In his 43 years of work, he had the option to archive hundreds of readings written in books or tapes. When asked about the source of information, Cayce referenced that there were, for the most part, two: the subconscious mind of the individual he was perusing and the Akashic Records. Among others, he has expressed about the records: as it has been regularly called, the record is God's book of remembrance, and every element, every soul, as the exercises of a solitary day of a substance in the material world, either makes same bad or good or indifferent, contingent on the element's application of self towards that which is the perfect way for the use of time, opportunity, and expression of that which every spirit enters into a material indication. The interpretation at that point as drawn here is with the hope and desire that, in opening this for the element, the experience may be one of hopelessness and helpfulness. In this last remark lies the essential intent and foundation in the entire procedure of opening one's Akashic Records. In spite of the fact that we as a whole have looked at certain aspects that have been written in our records through our fantasies or unexpected senses, feelings, knowingness, or images, one can have the capacity of getting to his or her Akashic Records through a procedure of trance, previous existence imaginative dream, contemplation, or through the assistance of a psychic reader. In addition, one can be educated and be guided on the most proficient method to build up his or her psychic abilities, instinct, and receive information from their own records. Contingent upon who the reader is and their special abilities and characteristics, the information can be gotten through seeing, hearing, sensing, or inward knowing. In spite of the fact that the Akashic Records were composed as though you were to compose something with a pen on paper as sensibly as everything has occurred, each reader has an alternate degree of capacity to perceives the information from an alternate point of view than another person, and interprets the information dependent on his or her understanding, belief system, intent, knowledge, fears, purpose, and expectation. In addition, with regards to future forecasts, a peruser can just observe the most conceivable future potential based on the present and the past, as the future isn't foreordained. However, is ceaselessly being shaped through the unrestrained choice and free decision we all have. However, there is extraordinary validity in being able to get to our Akashic Records, as the aim isn't to simply know things of our past births and what's in store for us. The purpose is to get knowledge which will assist us with advancing in our internal excursion, just as our life's excursion, become better individuals, and make a superior life for us and everyone around us, through perfect direction and course. We can never turn out to be certain if what we see from our records is 100% exact, although many times we are offered approvals, but if that information impacts us and is helping us become a superior individual or make a superior living, it is most likely worth accepting, considering, and following. An Akashic Records perusing can bring the direction we need in our life to work through present issues. It can enable us to see the opportunities we require for development, creativity, direction, and joy. In addition, an Akashic Records reading can bring understanding and peace to current-day sickness, sorrow, and suffering. In addition, it can assist us with sifting through troublesome or significant life transitions. It can bring clearness to our manners of thinking or help us to see the issue from an edge we have not considered. Inquiries that are frequently asked include: what is my mission in this life? What is my soul's purpose? Am I on the right path? Am I in the right profession or job? Am I in the right relationship? How would I be able to heal? What are the blockages that prevent me to progress or heal? And questions which require further comprehension on various karmic problems. Realizing what we had been in the past would possibly be of significance if during those times we made the most of opportunities that laid before us in coming nearer to our perfect sources. In other words, the significance would be not in what an individual we were in the past, but the kind of person we are turning out to be currently. The way that at present the Akashic Records reveal information, even that from past births, depends on this purpose of giving the individual those possibilities that were taken, not taken, and would be of advantage to be taken at present and or later on. The technique for accessing the Akashic Records ought to be used with the best of regards and reverence and with the intent of empowering the individual and not making codependencies. Now at a time, we are living moments of incredible spiritual enlightenment, evolution, and revelations. We can better and faster build up our knowledge and access information which were not accessible to us before. We are additionally ready to have the capacity not only to open our Akashic Records and those of others. However, we can do as such with the presence of our divine beings, higher self, angels, guide, and ascended masters. We can make and be in that exceptionally developed, vigorous space where the experience is so wonderful, unique, and remarkable that one can just experience benefits from it. Although Cayce had to take himself in a condition of self-hypnosis and trance, at present it isn't important to do this to get to the Akashic Records. Although a creation of a very and clear space and a quiet and clear personality would be useful, the Akashic Records can be opened through a sacred prayer where one can state explicit inquiries and have the option to get a reaction in any methods, and be able to interpret it as an objective and clearly as possible. One needs to believe oneself and what is received, to confide in their inward hunches and instinct. Self-confidence assumes a significant role in this process, and self-confidence comes through practice and even with guidance and validations of an accomplished mentor, Akashic Records reader. Accessing the Akashic Records can be an astonishing excursion of profound and important knowledge, of spiritual teaching and individual development and transformation. This potential and this capacity is an extraordinary self-enabling apparatus which encourage us to re-guarantee our power, re-find ourselves, reconsider our life, and rewrite our history. It provides the opportunity for healing and self-improvement. In our present time, accessing the Akashic Records isn't a benefit of the few. Any individual is able, if he or she should wish, to re-stir his or her ability to get to his or her book of life and guarantee control of his or her past, present, and future. Chapter 1. Accessing your Akashic Records. We should know that the Akashic Records are the thoughts of humans, either in the past, present, or in the future. Through your Akashic Records, you can learn about the past by penetrating into it in your mind. This enables you to understand yourself better, even in the spirit realm. Even though this action often takes time, practice, and strategies to discover, yet you will definitely access the deepest part of the other side through simple meditation methods. I will share with you fabulous accessing methods in which you can use to access your Akashic Records. Here are the simple steps to access your Akashic Records. Number 1. Focus on your search. A. While focusing on your search, you need to know and understand your intentions and reasons why you're accessing your Akashic Records. It's very expedient to think about it and understand the reason you're doing it. You should consider the exact thing you want to know, why you want to know it, and how the knowledge of the search will help you. Make sure you know this before you start anything. If you fail to understand what you want, you may end up being destabilized and confused. The moment you're destabilized, you will lose focus and end up missing the needed information available. You may want to know possibly why you're hot-tempered in order to learn how to control it. Also, in the aspect of your career, you may want to know your goals so that you can make a good decision. At the same time, you may want to understand your core value, relationships with others, and the likes, so that you learn how to relate with others and connect with people so you can flow easily with them. Point to note. Always be patient with yourself to know the exact thing you're searching for in your Akashic records. The level of your concentration will definitely determine the kind of result you will get. The better you focus on the things you want, the better result you have. You can write things down if need be. At the same time, you can talk to friends or read books to assist you in knowing the main reasons you want to access your Akashic records. Think about your past and put something down. You can make a full list of possible questions that will assist you to get adequate information for what you're looking for. Do not confuse yourself too much with unnecessary bulky questions which may impact your search negatively. Focus on possible questions and topics that will help you to get the best information you need. For instance, you may want to consider questions like this. Where did I meet my husband? Or, what type of jobs did I do in the past? Or, what type of tragedy have I experienced in the past? These types of questions have great influence on our present life. You should think about questions or topics that can possibly connect our past to the present and eventually influence the future. Make sure you don't deviate from possible questions that help you to make good decisions in your present life. Describe to yourself the kind of problem you've been struggling with, then seek the right information relating to it which will help you get a better clue. This strategy will assist you to easily navigate through your search in order to get adequate information that will further your understanding in knowing the relationship between your past and the present. You can consider something like, I want to move to a new environment, but each time this decision comes, I easily change my mind. Does it have anything to do with my past? And how can this help me make a sincere decision? Perhaps you may want to say, lately I've been struggling to trust my significant other. I feel that this is based on something more than I'm aware of in my present life. If I'm right, please hint me with the information on the exact time this happened and how it happened. D. Try to ask one question at a time to focus more on the exact thing you need in your search. This approach may enable you to gain clarity on an issue, similar to how you may want to focus on one aspect of your life at a time during a tarot card or palm reading. Focus on your relationships, career, health, and other personal interests one at a time. For instance, you may want to start by asking in this format, is my relationship going to result in marriage, or are we just too different for things to work out? Then you might ask, will it be possible to get the needed promotion I have been working so hard to get, or will I have to wait for some other time? Number 2. Enter into a receptive state. A. Start by stating and analyzing your intention or possible question aloud and ask for guidance. When you're set to start the approach of accessing your Akashic records, say what you're looking for out loud. Focus on the question or search query that you have developed. Segregate your attention and set it at the forefront of your mind so that you will be able to remain stable and focused on it during your search in your Akashic records. Do not forget to put in mind to always state your question as accurately, specifically, and especially as possible, such as, what kind of professions have I had in my past lives that may help me find out what I should be in this life? B. Position yourself. Sit in a cool, comfortable, and quiet place. As a matter of fact, you might want to attempt to access your Akashic records anywhere or in a comfortable place you want, but it usually helps if you are not distracted or are in a place that nothing will interrupt your search. You can consider doing this in your bedroom or your office when no one will interrupt and with your door being closed. Also, consider trying to do this early in the day. It could be at night or a period during the day in which nobody can be in a form of distraction. You can also consider using pillows and either blankets or clothes to make yourself comfortable and convenient. Point to note: if you're a little bit nervous, you can try starting with a little prayer like, "Dear God, if you believe in the Creator, please guide me through as I start my search and encompass me around with your protective shield of perfect insight of illuminated light." C. Focus your attention and maintain a stable state. You can begin by trying to close your eyes. This helps you take about a few minutes to breathe deeply. Breathe in through your nose at the count of 3 to 5, then hold for about some more seconds and breathe out through your mouth by counting to a number of 4 or 5 as well. Maintain a steady breathing mechanism and pause for about 5 minutes or any time as long as it takes to get yourself into a state of deep relaxation for adequate concentration in your search. Don't forget to place your 2 hands on your stomach so that you can concentrate more on your breathing. D. Meditate through on your topics or questions while you're relaxing. The moment you access that state of deep relaxation, clear your mind of all thoughts except for your question. Make sure you repeat all your questions and be focused. Most of the time you will be distracted. Don't worry, it's normal. If you notice your thoughts are a little bit straying or distracted by mere activities around, redirect yourself to your mantra and continue the process in order to maintain a stable meditation. Breathe deeply through the meditation. E. Make an inquiry in order to be granted access to your Akashic Records. The moment you have started meditating for about 5 minutes or longer, you can easily access the Akashic Records. Get access and speak loud or maybe silently. I want to know more about my past lives. Am I permitted to access the Akashic Records to find what I want? When you ask your question, maintain your breathing deeply in order to clear your mind. You will probably hear things, feel, or see a response through the eyes of your mind. Do not worry. When you're not getting the answers you want, it can actually mean that you need to continue meditating and keep asking. Point to note: don't forget that some people accessing the Akashic Records can try many ways. If you don't see any tangible results this time, don't be discouraged. Do not give up. Keep trying and you will get the needed information you want. F. Be patient and wait for information to come into your conscious mind. After you've positioned your question and request for access to the Akashic Records out into the universe, all that's needed is to wait for an answer at the right time to come. Maintain a calm breathing, concentrate on your meditation, and remain receptive to any information that floats into your conscious mind, as this may be coming from your Akashic Record. Bear in mind that the information can take on different forms. Your sensory neurons will be active. Pay attention to them, and you will get the needed answers. For example, if you've asked about your profession in a previous life, you might see a hammer in your mind's eye, which could indicate that you were a carpenter or a blacksmith. At the same time, you may feel some sweet taste. This will point that you're actually a baker. Here's a warning. Be aware that you may receive information about what you were in a past life that could be disturbing. However, it's important to remain open to this information and avoid judging yourself for any past actions to get to the most out of your Akashic reading. G. Introduce yourself and state your questions to anyone you encounter after your search. Most often, when you're accessing the Akashic Records, you may like to feel the presence of another being or soul nearby to you. The moment you feel this sign, introduce yourself and repeat your question again. The nearby being might be your guardian or keeper of the records who will possibly assist you to find the information you're looking for, or perhaps another soul with whom you have known in your past life. Any of these clues may help you gain valuable information by taking a moment to introduce yourself and ask for assistance. You can try and say something like this. Hi, I am Tom, and I am seeking information about any phobias I have had in my past lives. I want you to help me fix and provide an answer to it. Number 3. Translate things you got into what you understand. A. Allow your 2 eyeballs to be opened and reorient yourself to the environment you are. After you finish accessing your records or whenever you're ready to end the meditation, gently open your eyes. Pay more attention to the details of the room you are in, as well as the sounds, the smells, and the feel of your environment. You can gently sit back up if you were lying down on the bed or any plain surface. You may decide to be standing or sit down for some moments if that's what you prefer. B. Reflect on the experience after you finish your meditation. Take out a pen and paper and write down anything that you remember about the experience. What images did you see? Did you feel, smell, taste, or hear anything? Try and read your notes so that you can get some useful tips through your meditation. Make sure you keep your notes safe in order to go back to it later. Point to note. Be aware that some of the information that you receive during your session may not make any sense or seem meaningful. However, accessing your Akashic Records often may help you know the meaning of all these images you saw. This keeps becoming clearer and easier. C. Repeat the process regularly to continue learning more. Make sure you engage your meditation as often as possible, like weekly or day-to-day intervals. This helps you to get better understanding of your meditation. You may keep the same question every time, or come up with a new question if you are satisfied with what you got from your last session. For instance, the moment you're confident that you've learned everything you need to know about your past professions, you may move to the next stage by asking yourself questions relating to your past relationships. The healing energy of the Akashic Records helps everybody to get full liberty to embrace grace in everything you do. This will eventually assist us to override any form of illusion that must have been created from any source. This happens to be the most powerful and interesting tools on this earth. It is available to us to help us remember our connection with our sources. Chapter 2. Your Akashic Record Reader. Is it worth paying a premium for an Akashic Record reading? Yes, but it depends on the reader. Possibly, the reader is extraordinary and is using the Akashic Record reading specifically as a justification for their prices. This type of reader is a much different breed, so to speak, than institutionally trained psychics. Some readers can identify discrepancies in your records versus your own soul's communication. Ideally, a reader can use metadata and certain contextual information in your records to give you the information you might not even consider and that the other reader would not see. It is important to work with your own Akashic Record keeper regularly. Some people say that these records are automatically and continually updated. However, that has not been my experience. I notice that I have to consciously work with my Akashic Record keeper to make updates happen. I have observed this for many other people as well. The book titled Akashic Records, Collective Keepers of Divine Expression by Lumari is an interesting book to read. It is a channeled book. The author channels beings who claim to be the owners of the Akashic Record system. The book is short but weird in a good way. I find it interesting how craftily vague the writing is and how dichotomous it was in terms of blame and responsibility and karma. This makes sense since information in the wrong hands creates terrible consequences, and the beings in charge of such a system would be pretty stuck on or obsessed with responsibility. Although the book never comes out and says it directly, The Akashic Record system is, according to the book, essentially part of a different universe, and the beings managing it are multidimensional aliens. It was also made to sound like the beings themselves contain the information within their own minds. Now combine this with the concept that this record system contains every thought, action, word, emotion, and experience, and you have essentially a gigantic alien surveillance matrix. Now that sounds much scarier than a universal spiritual library. Call them beings of light, and it all sounds much easier to digest and accept. I'm not necessarily disputing what every author out there has said about this wonderful library in the sky. I am simply inviting you to think for yourself. I work with my own Akashic Record keeper semi-regularly. You can use it to help accomplish your goals and move forward in your life in a positive way that you would be unable to do otherwise. The Akashic Record system has its place. It isn't the end-all or be-all of spiritual information access, but it is certainly important to know how to work with it. Think of it as a stepping stone to greater awareness and understanding of your psychic self. You must also consider that not everything in the spiritual realm is roses and daisies, even though most people marketing their services to you would have you believe that, because it is just, quite simply, more convenient and easier for everyone involved to make a sale happen. It's easier without flooding a customer with 1,000 meandering doubts or inviting oneself, as a reader and business owner, to be accosted by 100 tiny annoyances. Simple rosy stories make things easy, especially when it comes to something as complex and strange as the Akashic Records. What does this mean for you? When it comes down to it, you have seniority. You are ultimately responsible for your life, decisions, karma, and spiritual experiences. It will certainly help to have the right tools to help you access, manage, and work with your spiritual information. But you are the final arbiter when it comes to how you decide to use that information. It is up to you to investigate the Akashic Record space and discover what you can use, what to file away for later, when to update your inner space, etc. The Akashic Records can be seen as another resource in your spiritual toolbox, one of many resources ideally. If you fail to seek, you will fail to see. So far, it's in the unknown. You will need patience and understanding to tap into that realm. People without patience will keep wasting their precious time trying to seek their Akashic Records. Because the Akashic Records do not respond to impatience, you must learn how to be calm and focused. People fail in life not because they've never tried, rather they've been trying in the wrong way. Way of approach is very crucial, and if you aren't careful, you will lose direction. Therefore, stay determined to access your Akashic Records with your readers. Chapter 3. Working with your Akashic Record Keeper. It is pretty important to meet your Akashic Record Keeper and learn how to actually work with him or her. Akashic Record Keepers are significantly different in terms of the healing you receive when you work with them compared to other guides. It might be a bit more accurate to say that you receive an update from them rather than traditional healing, although the experience is definitely healing overall. You can look at what your record keeper does to your aura and inner space as something very similar to defragmenting your hard drive. So what does that mean exactly? Well, files on your computer are stored in discrete units called blocks. Ideally, these blocks should be contiguous, or in a big long chunk if the files are big. In the real world, what usually ends up happening is that files are not stored in this fashion, but get dispersed across the entire physical hard drive. The process of organizing those dispersed files into large continuous blocks is called defragmenting. Obviously, this is just a metaphor. but essentially, your Akashic Record Keeper does something similar with the subconscious energies and images in your chakras and layers of the aura. Your Record Keeper makes related images in your aura contiguous across different layers. You can feel it too. This is how my Record Keeper explained it to me. The metaphor illustrates the process well because you actually feel much smoother after working with your Akashic Record Keeper. However, your information about what your Record Keeper does may be different for you. Hence, it is wise to communicate with your guide and ask them to explain what they do specifically to your own space, rather than assume my answer applies to everyone. It is also their job to help keep track of your pictures and various events over different lifetimes. Therefore, learning how to work with this kind of spirit guide allows you to access your unique information on your past lives and deeper wisdom. It also allows you to have more control over what you create in your life. Do you really want to end that last relationship with your ex for good? You might start by having your Akashic Record Keeper update all the pictures in your space about that person, and then bring that information into a present time vibration. Want to see what you are capable of as a spirit? Look at different categories of different past lives that vibrated really highly, like at a gold color, for example. It will give you insights on how to channel into the realm without delay. This kind of access can be beautiful and wonderful, and also potentially very hazardous. Generally, it's fine to look at things if you're neutral, but you probably don't want to bring or download the information you aren't ready to handle, especially if there is a lot of karma involved. So it is important to remember, realistically, how capable you are currently and what you have time to deal with and explore. What your Record Keeper looks like, how it feels to work with your Record Keeper and what it is like, how to access past life information that will benefit you in this lifetime, what specific healing projects your Record Keeper can help you with today. This class is short and sweet at 48 minutes in length and gives you exactly what you need to get started working with your Akashic Record Keeper. However, people may have varying levels of experience, and some may prefer a longer recording with a deeper introductory meditation. So, we have also included 2 additional recordings, including a clairvoyant meditation introduction and a 1-hour meditation on opening and clearing out the feet chakras. This powerful grounding workshop recording is normally only sold as part of a larger package, but we'll throw it in for free. You will receive the 3 recordings in an MP3 format, which can be played on any modern computer or listening device. As a healer, it is very important for you to be able to say hello to not only your own Record Keeper, but also other people's Record Keepers, especially for your clients. When you can say hello to a client's Record Keeper, you can offer them a whole new level of resolution, spiritual healing, and transformative experience. The secret is direct, and if strictly followed, you will always find it easy to connect soon, fast, and convenient. Knowing your Akashic Record Keeper and being in communication with her or him is necessary for every spiritual practitioner and meditator. They are a special spirit guide that you will work with for the rest of your life. Get introduced to him or her in this safe and supportive class recording by experienced teachers. They will guide you through difficult and powerful discoveries. They are the readers and keepers of your past, present, and future records. They understand the rudiments and possibility to make you understand fast and easily. Keep in touch because they would be helpful. Once you've discovered your Akashic Keeper, you can ask any questions you can think of. For instance, you can ask questions ranging from the past, present, to the future. This helps you to create solid awareness as fast as you can without spending too much of your time. Don't forget to always remain stable and never try to gamble. Chapter 4. Akashic Reading on Inclusions. The people of this planet have used exclusion in so many different ways in the past, And now it is such an appropriate time to look at this way of treating each other and your earth and allowing yourselves to change and to be biased towards inclusion rather than exclusion. Exclusion is whenever each one of you chooses not to make an allowance for another's way of seeing life. If each of you were to write down in a day how often you exclude others, you may be surprised at how often it is. This is every time you criticize another for their seemingly different ways of doing things. An example we will give you with our humor in this toothpaste tube. Yes, we know that some of you simply do not care where you squeeze it, and others can see that the toothpaste tube must be squeezed in a particular way. The one with the particular way is excluding the one who doesn't care. Why we see this with humor is that you could each have a toothpaste tube and then no one is excluded. There are often simple solutions to the traits and habits that humans acquire and that they use to exclude. If you take on our little exercise of writing down each time you exclude others in a day and then allow yourself to see where you could include people, you may be surprised at how easy this is to change. If each of you reading this were to do this, would be making a change, not only to your world, but also to the whole of humanity. Does inclusion mean that you have to include every human being in everything that you do? The answer to this is no. What inclusion means to humans on the planet at this time is that you observe your life. You look at how you yourself include others. Are you selective in that inclusion? Why do you select to include this one and not that one? As you question this in yourself, you will understand more of your biases, your judgments, and why you have these biases and judgments. Inclusion means observing what is appropriate in a particular situation. When you observe appropriately with integrity, you will find that sometimes it is not appropriate to include a particular person or group. This is okay. You have done your homework, so to speak. You have made observations with integrity and then decided that at the particular moment it is not appropriate to include this person or that group. From that time on, we would ask you to check on your own bias in a situation and question this bias with integrity and make any changes that you can that will serve inclusion. Inclusion will be a concept that you, all as humans, will hear more of as your world changes. Your world can't continue to change unless you all choose inclusion more often. Tracing the inspiration. Inspiration is what brings new thoughts, new concepts, and new inventions to your planet. When you say, I had the inspiration too, or I feel inspired too, what you are saying is that you had a connection with your intuitive process, and that intuition sparked something that allowed your inspiration in that moment. It may be that you think that someone else gave you the inspiration because the words or concept was spoken or written by them. What happens here is that you were choosing and allowing inspiration to come to you, and as you made that choice, you heard or found the words or pictures or understanding that you required in that moment that you took to the place where you could see the possibility for your inspiration. So often you attribute your inspiration to someone or something else when they were just part of the process that allowed your inspiration to come to the surface that you could have had greater awareness. Inspiration is often us winking at you, nudging you, giving you a clue as to what could be beneficial to you in its current state or situation. Your choice is to have awareness of it, to allow it through, and then take whatever it is to the fruition that you feel that you would require with it. Therefore, inspiration is part intuition, part awareness, and part knowing that what will help you next. You can play more with inspiration. Ask for it. What inspiration can you give me that will help me in this situation? Then be open to what arrives, even if it doesn't come packaged how you thought it might be. Inspiration is a valuable concept to have. Play with yours so that you have the ability to increase your awareness of it. How to attract curiosity. Curiosity is a wonderful ability for human beings to have. We encourage you to use your curiosity as it is an underdeveloped ability of many of you, although in some of you it is what we would call overdeveloped. How are you with curiosity? The ease of information in the age that you live in has allowed some of you to use your curiosity to a greater extent than you require. You are always looking into and observing new and interesting things to you, information, processes, and ways of being. With this, some of you have come to be living with your life outside of yourselves. You want more and more information and do not always allow space for understanding and integration. Then you are on to the next topic, object or idea. If this is you, slow down and rather than taking on more and more, take some time and space to just be. This will help you balance your internal and then your external journey. Be satisfied with less information and more feeling. Have a go at this and allow your curiosity to observe the difference that this can contribute to your life. If you are the one who has very little curiosity, you may find that if you choose to explore things further, to expand them out more, then you will come to a place where you can see how your life and living can change. That you are able to live a life and living can change. That you are able to live a fuller life, being and doing what interests you most, what you receive most of your enjoyment from, and also this brings a different balance into your life. Curiosity can often bring satisfaction as you explore parts of your life that you haven't yet allowed their fuller expansion. For example, joy, peace, and ease. You can understand more of you, of who you really are, and what contribution that you have for yourself, your family, your friends, your workplace, and humanity as a whole. As you choose to develop or rebalance your curiosity, we are watching and enjoying this aspect of you. We use this to give you hints, to help you develop your intuitive process recognition more, and we also use your curiosity to allow synchronicities to come your way. Have more awareness of this, connect the dots, and use these moments of synchronicity to acknowledge that you have a beautiful connection with us and your connection is working well. Enjoy your balanced curiosity. It's a fun part of your life and living. Start giving in love through your curiosity. How can we do this, more keepers? Living more in the moment now. Yes, such a challenge for human beings. Many of you understand the concept of this in your mind, that your past has gone, that your future has not yet arrived, so all that you have is this moment now. Where the challenge for you is bringing this concept into play in your living. How is this done? We will start by saying that you most likely be in the moment more than you think that you do. So if we have a look at those moments, you may be chatting with friends or family, and something very funny is said. And what happens at that moment is that you laugh out loud, spontaneously. Laughing is one of those expressions that is very hard to do if you are not in the now. Even if you are pretending to laugh, you have to be present with that pretense to allow the sounds and facial expressions of laughter to be expressed. For many of you, you are on autopilot most of the time. Another aspect of this is that the time doesn't exist. It's just a concept humans use to live their lives with. We don't have time on our side. In the newer energies, you are going to become more used to what is currently a concept to you, the concept of time not being so important to your lives. You will come to understand other ways of living without time being what regulates your lives. For now, it would benefit you to make a choice to be more present in your day. If you make this choice and give the intent to be present, you may find that you enjoy your days more. You will enjoy them more because you have chosen to enjoy each moment. The intent could be something like this. When you wake in the morning, simply say with feeling to yourself, I intend to be more present in my life this day. Then, at the end of your day, without judgment of yourself, just remember those moments where you were fully in the moment, where you were fully present in your life. The newer energies will support you in this. Understand, dear ones, that although you have the opportunity and potential to be able to be more present while you are a human being, it is not currently available to you to be like this 24/7. Just choose more presence for yourself and allow being present to be a gift for you, a present for you. This will allow you to be more ease with living now. How does imagination help us, and how can we increase our imagination? If you each as human beings were to step into your imagination more, what wonderful living you would have now on your planet. Mostly human beings think, what if you were to imagine? It is the human part of you that thinks and the being part of you that imagines. It seems so simple to us. If you be more, you imagine more. You use your intuition more. You feel more joy. You feel more grace. You flow with more ease. As a human being, would this add to your life? Would this make your time on this planet more enjoyable? If you are to answer yes to this, then we would say to you, be more. And with being more, you allow your imagination to bring forth an energy that is helpful to you as the being that you are. How do you be more? Choosing to be in a place of nature more often will help this. Your own backyard, a park, a beach, a mountain, a river, a creek, anywhere where you can have a space that allows you to breathe deeply, listen to the various sounds of nature. That allows you to see the wonder of nature and how it contributes to you. If you are choosing this, then when you are just being in nature with no human distractions, that is when you can allow your imagination the freedom to express the energy that it is. This will be different for each of you. Making a choice for expression of your imagination will help you in so many ways. In your allowing comes the synchronicities, the moments when you connect the dots, the moments or occasions when your awareness increases, either helped by yourself or us. It is usually prompted by us because you have asked and opened up to more of who you really are and more of what is available to you. Would you enjoy this? Is there a potential that more imagination in your life could bring you more joy in your life? That your life could be fueled by that deep inner knowing that you have help 24/7 if you would slow and sometimes stop your busyness and allow the space for it and welcome the help that is there for you? We say, what a potential. How to overcome your fear. Experiencing energy in this changing planet. Yes, many of you are experiencing what you call fear. The experience you are choosing as individuals and as well as a collective is because there is much change happening in your world currently, and your perception of that change takes you to the state that you as humans call fear. Why do you go into fear? You go into fear because of your expectations. You have lived in a world where change was slow. You were able to cope with what was occurring. Now that your planet has shifted into a new way and you don't as yet have a clear perception of what this new way is, you go into fear as a way of coping with this. This new way and the new humans are going to be so different to what you have been used to, you won't be able to go backwards, to go back to normal, to how you used to see things. This shift has taken away the possibility of that, so now it is time for you to allow you different ways of perceiving and doing, and most of all, being. As human beings on this planet at this time, you are so used to planning ahead, taking your perceived security from knowing what is going to be next for you, for today, for tomorrow, for next week, for next month. Knowing that you had a plan somehow allowed you to think that you had control over your life, that you could cope with your life as long as your life mostly went to plan. Now that has changed. What you are moving towards is trust, just trusting that all is well as you bring your perceptions into a different place, into a space of this moment. Even though you will still make plans, it may not work if you choose to get on an airplane if you have not booked a ticket. You will find that for your life to flow, you will be required to have flexibility about those plans. Some may see this as losing control. What that flexibility will do is to allow you to be in this moment more, to feel this moment more. How this will help you will be that you will feel more, feel others more, and feel your planet more. Your energy is changing. Others' energies are changing, and the energy of your planet is changing. Expect change. Be surprised and delighted with it, and as you do this, move from fear towards trust. As you move towards trust, you allow synchronicities to flow to you. You allow solutions to situations that work out far better than you can imagine yourself. Then, as you allow this into your life and living, you also allow more ease. Now, what would you choose? Fear or ease? Embrace the changes that appear in your life, and you will live with much more ease. Trust. Chapter 5. Human Nature and Behaviors. As a human being on this planet at this time, your possibilities are immense. Not only are they immense, but the possibility of the immenseness is also continually creating it, is continually increasing. As a human being, you have chosen to only perceive some of your possibility, only a small part of your possibility, even though your possibility has no limitations. How do you do that? You make choices for your life and living based on what you perceive, What you perceive, is based on your expectations. Your expectations are based on what has gone before, what you were taught, what you grew up with, what your culture tells you, what your family tells you, what your country tells you, what your parents tell you. As you are able to change any of these perceptions of expectations, then you are able to open yourself up to increasing possibilities. For some of you, depending on the current age of your body, you have grown up with very different concepts of technology and what technology can do for you, as well as your fears or joy in using technology. If you were to go back even a couple of generations in your family, you could see that the expectations around technology were so different from the possibilities that are available now. So we say to you, be ready for it, drop your expectations, and open yourself up to the amazing, increasing, and at this moment unimaginable possibilities that are coming your way. You as new humans in a new time on your planet will look back on this time as being so limited, so full of expectations that were bound or given boundaries by how the human mind is now, and not by the unlimited possibilities available to you. Are you going to make a choice now to drop your expectations and open yourself up to the limitless possibilities that are increasingly and sometimes daily coming into your existence? Here is a question for each day. What possibilities are available for me today? And enjoy your amazement at the synchronicity that occurs. How to create awareness on our tolerance in our daily lives. Your increased tolerance of yourselves and each other is a key in having more peace on earth, and you all know this. It really comes back to you, giving yourself and others much more allowance, much more accommodation than you do now. How often each day do you make a judgment about yourself that judges you to not make it, to not shape up how your mind thinks that you should? It is now time to change this, to make allowances for you that allow you to feel as you really are. We can say to you in this instance that you are a divine and magnificent being having a human experience, and that is a deep truth. You can read these words, skim over these words, and nothing changes. So we would like to say this again to you. You are dearly and deeply loved by us, as you are a piece and part of our family. We are divine and magnificent, and as you are a piece and a part of us, you are a part of our family, and so you are divine and magnificent as well. You cannot be. Now take a deep breath and another, and stop and allow you to feel this. Choose to do this now and feel our family essence. At this moment, feel your tolerance for you. Just feel it. Nothing else matters just now except that you are feeling you and feeling your own magnificence. While you are in this space, you know that all is well with you. You just know this. Hold this essence of you for as long as you can. When you are in this space, this essence of you, and you are being tolerant of you, then you allow more tolerance of those around you. This is how you change your world and the world around you. If you were to choose tolerance of yourself for the rest of your day and for the next days, you are contributing to more peace in your life and on earth. Maybe no one notices what you are doing. Maybe no one comments. Does it matter if you feel different? If you feel softer? If you're just feeling more of you? Knowing your expectations as humans. Expectations that humans place on themselves need to be questioned. How often have you placed an expectation on yourself that you haven't met? This may be something practical like, I will exercise every day. It may be something you think about yourself. I'm never going to be good enough for God. If you were to list your expectations, you may find that your list is long, longer than you had expected. You make a choice for each one of these expectations because you decide that, or you allow other expectations of yourself to become your criteria for life, how it should or how it could be. If you were to take the expectations that are most important in your mind, the one that you think about the most, that you haven't met, now have a good look at it. Is this your expectation of yourself, or is this another's expectation of yourself? Is this what you would really choose for yourself? Would choosing this for yourself bring you joy, bring you ease? If the expectations would bring you joy and ease, then what is stopping you? What thoughts or actions are stopping you from taking this expectation to fruition? If the expectation belongs to another human being, or if the expectation is not what you would choose for you, then just drop it. Just allow it to disappear from your life, and then feel the ease and joy that is available to you because you allowed you to make a choice for you. Today would be a good day to do this. How to light up as keepers. We share with ourselves insights on how powerful lighting up our minds are through our keepers. This will give you some understanding about lightness. It has been usual for human beings in their past times to have heaviness about them and their way of being. This heaviness has come from how each individual human has judged themselves in almost all aspects of their lives. When individual judgment creates energy of heaviness, then how can the whole of humanity feel light? As you are all entangled with each other, you often feed on each other's heaviness. This heaviness may come from how you as individuals and groups and as a whole think about a particular subject or issue. You may agree or disagree to varying degrees about a particular issue, and as you think and voice your opinion or take action or react in any way about this, you often then hold the energy around this in a heavy vibration. The heavier the vibration, the more challenging it is for humanity to lighten up. There may be a situation in your world that affects many of you, so you each express your viewpoint about this. Often, this viewpoint comes from fear of what has happened, what could happen, or what you have conceived yourself will happen. There is another way. What if you were to have an observation that this particular event has occurred, and then every time this comes to your mind, into your conversation, you allow yourself a different perception? Could you as an individual allow some heaviness to dissipate, which would then allow some lightness in you by changing your thoughts, words, actions, and reactions? Yes, you can. As each of you choose differently, in other words, choose love rather than fear, then you allow more lightness into your personal world, as well as into the energy of the whole of humanity. Could you do this? Would you do this next time a situation arises? If you are able to choose lightness and love over fear and heaviness, then you have made a contribution to the whole of humanity. If you are able to make changes to your habits, you are then allowing the space for others to make changes to their habits. You will feel lighter, and they also have the potential to feel lighter. Your lightness will allow more ease into your moments, your days, and your life. Can you choose lightness in this moment? How to love ourselves more. It is now time for human beings to make more choices to love themselves more and more. This seems so simple when you as humans read these words, and we in spirit know that you have so much difficulty with this. You may want to say, well, yes, I know that. I know that me loving myself helps all other areas of my life to flow. I also think that I do love myself. And we in spirit will say to you, there's more. There is much more. So much more that in your current energies on your planet, you are only just beginning to understand this. If you were able to see your colors, your sounds, and your magnificence, you would be in such wonderment that this is you. If you were to look back on the last 10 years of your life in the perspective of you loving you, what has changed? Do you love you more? Do you see more of your magnificence than you did before this time? Or have you made a choice to release one set of rules of how you can be in this world and just change them for another set of rules without allowing any more of your self-love to open up to you? Now is the time when you are being supported by us to change this. It is time for you to release your self-imposed rules, ideas, and concepts about how and how much you can be loved by you. We will talk about how we love you. Each and every one of you all is loved by us with absolutely no exceptions. There are no conditions on our love. Our love is unconditional. It doesn't matter what you have done, what you think, how you have portrayed yourself on this planet. You are loved by us unconditionally. It does not matter what others think of you or what you think that others think of you. You are loved unconditionally by us. It does not matter what you have done and what you call your past lives or what you may do in any future lives. You are loved unconditionally by us. Feel this. Take a deep breath or two now and feel this love in your heart center now. If you haven't taken yourself out of your mind place to stop and feel this love that we have for you, you will know how you can bring yourself into the space of self-love that will serve you in your daily life. It only takes a few moments of your time for you to stop, breathe, and feel us. You will know when you make this connection as your whole energy will soften, and in this softening you will feel the divine feminine energy within you. The soft, warm, nurturing mother energy. This is self-love. How many moments in your day can you allow yourself to come into and be in the love that is in this space for you? If you choose to do this more often in your day, you will allow love for yourself to expand. As your love for yourself expands, then you will become aware of how you make different choices than you did before, and that these different choices made from your space of self-love have the capacity to make changes in your life. What if you were to choose self-love as your first priority in your life? Could you expand with the choices that these gifts give you? Self-love has the most expansive potential for self-change. What honesty means for human beings at this time on planet Earth. Honesty is about the breaking down of the parameters by which many of you have been living. You have chosen to believe and live by what others have told you or perceptions you have gained by observing others. What if none of this was true for you? What if your way of honesty is quite different to this? You could ask. How can I make it different? How can I do honesty my way? Honesty is really about your questioning. It's about you questioning yourself, not others. About how you perceive, feel, and know yourself. Pick a topic that is often in your mind, something that sometimes puzzles you, that you aren't sure of, and write it down if you care to, or just find some uninterrupted space and sit quietly. Ask yourself questions about this topic. Why do I believe this about this topic? Who said that this is so for me? Do I really agree with the general consensus on this topic? What is it that feels really true for me? What if what feels true for me is totally different from the general consensus? Does that matter to me? Do I care? If you find that it does matter and you do care, ask yourself, why? Self-honesty is about you questioning you, not about you doing the right thing. More questions. What is the right thing in any particular situation? Who says that it is the right thing? When you come to a deeper space of self-honesty in yourself, you will also acknowledge and have some understanding in yourself that your honesty with yourself is really all that matters to you. There are layers and layers of what humans call honesty. You come to your center. Your core will help you understand yourself, what you perceive as honesty in any particular situation in your life. When you have found what you feel is an honest space for you, what is true for you, know that you have always the best opportunity to go deeper. Self-honesty is always about you questioning you, and you may acknowledge that you don't have the answers just now. If you are into the rightness or wrongness of the topic or situation, then we would suggest that you stop and take a few moments to ask yourself some questions. Rightness and wrongness is not about honesty. It's about judgment. Self-honesty is about you choosing for yourself, and that is a gift that is available to everyone on this planet. What are you choosing now? Honesty or dishonesty? Embracing compassion through your Akashic Records. Compassion is a word that you all will hear more often from now on. This is because compassion is an energy that is so powerful, whether used by an individual or used by many. Like when there is a natural occurrence happening on your planet, for example. The Japanese tsunami in the year 2011. This was Gaia making the shifts and changes she needed to make to accommodate the new energies. When you are able to understand that this was a necessary part of your evolution, you will be able to see this occurrence with compassion. Compassion was the gift that all of those who made their transition gave you. This was an opportunity on a global scale for you all to feel your compassion. Compassion is an attribute that is allowing the vibrations on your planet and in your own energy field to change, to move towards the light. Many of you are embracing this, embracing these changes, and as you do, you move away from human drama and fear. How light does that feel for you? Just stop for a moment now and feel this. Feel your compassion for yourself as you have allowed yourself to make and accept this change in you. As you choose compassion, you allow others to see how it is, to feel how it is, and this is making a difference on this planet at this time. How can you become more compassionate in your daily lives? Ask yourself when you are in a situation of drama, does this really matter? Could I just smile and allow the other human being to be and do what they feel is appropriate at this time and not agree or disagree? Just simply be with whatever the situation is? Just know that all is well and that you are in that place at that time to increase your understanding of compassion. How does this feel to you? Does this feel that you are lighter? That is all you are required to be a light worker in these situations, to carry the light, to allow the light that you have inside to show, to be seen by others. How do you think you can tap into this amazing power of deep compassion in your Akashic Records? It all starts with your true nature and inner man conscious. An opportunity for change. Many have wondered what these next years would bring for themselves. There have been all sorts of predictions, and each of you has the choice as to what you believe about these predictions. I will suggest that you believe the predictions that are grounded in love. How we see the next years are that they will give humanity more opportunity for change. Many fear change without actually having a close look at what change may involve for them. Are you one of those, or do you embrace change with a sense of adventure, with the curiosity of what is new? What can you see or do next that will delight you and bring joy? Of course, our suggestion for you for these coming years are to take out your sense of adventure. Dust it off and pursue the opportunities that become available to you as the years progress. There will be much more opportunity for change available. This may mean you as humans, a change in the way you think about a concept or idea, a change in how you approach something that has been in your life for some time, or it could mean that you will be given the gift of many changes this coming year that will make great changes in your life. Ask yourself, am I ready to embrace the changes that come my way? If you are able to embrace the changes available to you specifically, we say to you to do this with an awareness of curiosity and bring your sense of adventure into play. This will bring the changes in your life with ease. Change is not required to be hard. Change is often required in your individual lives to bring you ease, and with this ease, if you make a choice for ease, then you can have the feeling of joy. The feeling of joy is depleted in most human lives. Would you choose more joy for yourself? Therefore, you can make a choice to take the opportunities that present themselves through the next years, to embrace any changes that come your way and allow them into your life with as much ease as you can. This will allow you to have a different life. These times allow you the opportunity and potential for joy in your life. An opportunity that will make a great impact in the lives is the one you are willing to embrace. Tap into your Akashic Records to know your best opportunity. Chapter 6. Attaining clarity in our perceptions in our spiritual journey. Clarity is the clearness with which you, each as individuals, perceive your journey. There will be moments for each of you that are so clear, and you know that you are in clarity about that particular situation or instance in your journey. Then there are other times, and for some of you, this is most of the time, that you feel so unclear. For you to have clarity about a particular situation, you may need some quiet time to be able to perceive and articulate what it is that you would like to have clarity on, that you would like to be clearer about. Often you ask for clarity, but you do not want to change anything, or you do not want to have simply clear actions, clear questions to ask. It can be like a muddy puddle and your skirt around the edges without jumping into the puddle to really see what needs to be addressed. Does this sound familiar? What would help you when you are making a choice for clarity around a particular issue or situation is that you take a pen and paper and write down all that you currently perceive about the situation. You may make headings like, what is good? What I like about the situation? What needs attention or needs to be addressed about the situation? Then write down all that you know. This will help the situation to become clearer in your mind, and you need to have a clearer mind so that you can then articulate simple, clear questions to us. You may also like to write down any possible solutions or part solutions that come to your awareness. When you have done this, take some quiet alone time and tune into us as your guides, helpers, angels, higher self, or whatever it is that you prefer to call us. Then just sit with your pen and paper and ask your questions. The answers will vary for all of you, even if you ask the same question at the same time, except that what you could receive could be different. This is because you are all different, with different experiences this lifetime, and in those lifetimes that you perceive have gone before this one. There would also be differing attitudes about being able to receive communication from us. Some of you will see, some of you will hear, and some of you will know. And there may be a combination of these abilities as well. So, as you tune in, you might like to write down anything that comes to mind. Do not discount anything. We often communicate to you in metaphors. There are so many ways we communicate to you. If you see a teacup, write it down. Just write down anything that comes to your awareness. When you are done, put your notes aside, and then some hours later, even a day or so later, take up your notes and see what you have written. We will take that teacup as an example, and simply write down what a teacup means to you. Do you enjoy drinking out of a delicate teacup, or do you prefer a mug? Do you like tea or not? What sort are your favorites? What does enjoying having a cup of tea feel like to you? Comfort? Time for you or nurturing? Explore this. Ask any questions of yourself that come to your awareness, and then, when you are finished, put your writings aside for a while. Maybe have a cup of... and then go back to your writings and read it and allow the clarity to come to you. For some of you may not need to go through all of this process to allow your clarity to come into your awareness as you tune into us. The clarity may be there. This is only one way to gain clarity. You will find a way that suits you. Some may find that by becoming clear in the question, the clarity comes. Some may find that they will write down the question and then in the shower or on their morning walls, clarity comes. Each of you is different. Some of you may go through this process and still feel that you do not have clarity, and there are some of you who will ask for clarity, but not really want to choose the answer that clarity can give you. Are you allowing your heart to show you the answer? Or are you giving your head a free rein to control the situation? Clarity is knowing. It is you knowing what is going to serve you well, what is for your highest good at that time. Choosing to follow that clarity is another part of the process. Not all of you will choose to do this, and that is where your free choice and free will comes in, and we have the greatest respect for you in this. If you do not choose to follow the path of your clarity, we will be with you when you again ask the same question, and with humor, as we say. There may or may not be different answers. If you are to ask for clarity, receive the gift of clarity. Choose to follow the clarity that you have gained. Then you will find that there will be more flow and ease to your situation. Trust comes into this. You have trusted yourself, and trust has allowed you clarity. Can you trust? Can you trust yourself for your own knowing and awareness? It's time you gave it a try. Following your energy. The simplest way to explain this is to give them an understanding of their own intuitive processes and then show them how they use their intuitive processes to follow the energy. The first stop in following the energy is to be able to know how your own intuitive process works. Ask the person to bring to mind a time when they knew that they used their intuition. Ask them to recognize that they got the intuitive thoughts, words, or pictures. They then used these thoughts, words, or pictures to take some form of action, which was applicable to the situation. How did this result? When they took that action, that was them following the energy. How did they know that they were following the energy? If a person can understand this process, then they understand their intuition, and following the energy is actually following their intuition, regardless of what their mind is thinking. If they are unsure, they may like to write down a few instances of them following the energy, and just be aware of how it goes. Ways to know if you are following the energy is when everything flows, when it all goes well without much effort on your part. Following the energy is simply following your intuition without questioning it. Being your full self and how this plays out in your lives. The human being has developed over their time to this stage in their involvement where their curiosity about themselves continually has them in question about themselves as individuals and about the whole of humanity. This we see as wonderful from our side as the veil, and we encourage questions as to when we are asked to give you information about yourselves. Your understanding takes you closer to peace on earth. As each of you are in the space of your full self more and more, then each of you individually is asking for and receiving more peace in yourselves, and this contributes to peace on earth. Yes, we do see that peace on earth is now a possibility, and we are joyful to help any human that chooses peace at any moment in their lives. Being your full self is choosing peace. So how does this actually play out in your daily lives? We will explain it in this way. In each moment of your life, you have a choice for peace. If today you actually choose to spend 1 hour of your day in peace, and your friend also chooses to spend 1 hour today in peace, then that would be 2 hours of peace that would add up towards peace for the earth and peace for the world. While you are in this space of peace, you are being your full self as a human being. This 1 hour today of peace may not sound to you like a whole lot, but if many of you choose this, it adds up, and in that adding up allows more of you to see and observe what it is to have and to be in peace on earth. When you as an individual are in this state of peace, you are able to be rather than do, to feel joy, to contribute, to receive, to use your gifts to their fullest capacity. Of this and more allows you ease, and as you receive that ease, you are being your full self. It is like it goes around in a circle as you use your gifts and feel your joy. You can receive, you can contribute, and you feel ease. Feel the ease and you feel your joy and peace. You can contribute and receive, and this allows your gifts to come easily. So one engenders the other, and they all are part of your full self. When you bring your full self into any situation or relationship, you also bring all of these other gifts with you. So this allows your expression and expansion, and then doing this allows others to see and understand and use their own expression and expansion. And so around and around the circle goes, and all of this will contribute to peace on earth. Alleviating our concerns about money. Because humans have made money their way of exchange, humans now often perceive that there is never enough money to exchange for the goods and services that they perceive that they require. Many humans feel that there is more money outgoing than incoming, and this creates a discrepancy in their lives that concerns them and does not allow them to have joy. So what to do about it? It is all about your perceptions of money. In this world at this time, money, or the lack of it, is high on many people's list, and what stresses them out the most? Would it be possible for humans to change their perceptions about money, about how they use it and how they can make different choices? Each and every human has different perceptions about money, from not caring about it to making it the most important thing in their lives, with most people being somewhere in between these two opposites. If we consider that money is a form of energy that is to be used to help us live our lives, then why do we allow the perceived lack of it to often take over our lives and be the criteria by which we make decisions about our lives? Would it be possible for us as humans to choose joy as the criteria by which we make decisions about our lives and how we live our lives? If each human was able to swap money for the joy they currently have in their lives, they would often find that they have more money than joy. If a human was able to actually feel increasing amounts of joy and choose to be able to feel joy as the criteria for making decisions in their lives, then would their lives change? We would say that if a human could do this, use joy as the criteria for making decisions for their life, then this world would be a different place. More love would show up and more peace would show up. Choosing money as a reason for making decisions will not bring you joy, love, or peace. What would you like? Money or joy? Could you change your choices, and when you have your next decisions to make, could you decide that you would make the choice that gave you the most joy? How would you feel? And how would you feel if you made your next decision based on money? How would you feel? We suggest that before each decision concerning money, ask yourself, would this decision give me the most joy? If you were to make this a habit even for 3 months, you may be surprised at the differences in your life. We are talking about all decisions concerning money, from buying a chocolate bar to buying a car or a house, and all other decisions in between. When you are able to be more discerning in your choices about joy and money, you may be surprised after 3 months how you perceive money And for some of you, you may even get to the stage of having money that you don't feel compelled to go out and spend. Spending. Can you spend that money and still have that money? So, as you question your every and actual spending decisions with, will this give me joy? You may choose joy rather than spending, and then by making that choice over and over again, you may then have money or be in an improved financial position. When your concerns about money have been alleviated somewhat, and as the joy is building in your life, you may find that you can rely on your feelings of joy to keep you content, peaceful, and able to love yourself and others more, rather than on the goods and services that you used to choose instead of joy. We'll ask you, if you are reading this because you have concerns about money, to consider using these simple questions. Will this give me joy? For at least 3 months, and see how you feel in 3 months' time. It may help you to write down how you feel about money now and then. In 3 months, how you feel then, as you just may be surprised at the difference. Joy is that feeling of peace and love that allows you to know that all is well with you. The reason why humans cannot sustain their current levels of anger. These current levels of anger will not sustain in the new energies, as there will be no support for them. Humans themselves will not accommodate other humans' feelings high levels of anger. Angry humans will be shown that there are other avenues or ways that they can address their anger. This will be done with love, and the humans that have anger will no longer be able to sustain their current levels. This dissipation of anger will take place as a seemingly natural occurrence as more and more humans step into love. The more humans that step into love as a way of being, as an answer or to a solution to their current human situations, the less the anger will be to sustain the human psyche. The energy of love is so much stronger, more vibrant, and more active than anger, so that the fear that the anger is in any individual human will gradually fade. This will not be an instant solution, although it could be, as humans choose to make different choices than they have in the past. An angry human is a human that holds fear dearer than love, and allows small frustrations to build into larger situations. As they feel that they are losing control of the particular situation, losing control of their life, and losing control of themselves, this is projected outwards. The only solution to this is love, and love that is able to be embraced in a particular situation will help to diffuse and dissipate the anger. Even if this anger has been with this human for all or most of this lifetime, or it may be a continuance from another lifetime or lifetimes, it can be diffused with love if the human chooses. Does a smile engender anger? Is it possible for a human to smile and be angry at the same time? A smile allows the body to relax and for the heart to show its love, and of course a hug can help a lot as well. A simple touch with almost no words can help anger to dissipate, to dissolve. When next you are in a situation where another human is angry, allow your heart to soften. Allow the anger to be theirs, not yours, and be aware of how your body is reacting. When you are feeling love for the person, your body cannot react in anger. So if one of you remember love, then the anger will not be as intense, and you are moving out of your fear and towards love. This is what we ask you to do when you are in the midst of anger. Remember your love. You will be helping yourself. The human who is in anger and humanity. Anger takes the many forms, from road rage to physical attacks, and holding love in your heart is the answer. Why are humans always trying to attain their perception of a higher level of affluence? The human experience allows each human to see what else is available to them and to think that this is what they would like to attain. They think that their life and their life's experience will improve for them when they attain this next or higher level. This may not actually be a higher level. It just may be a different place, space, or experience to what they are having now. Humans are always searching, and the searching that they do on the outside of themselves and in the material world leads them to think that being financially richer, more affluent, having more possessions or money is the way to go, the way to achieve a more contented space within themselves. Now, more than ever before, humans are questioning this concept that they have chosen, as this concept is not actually delivering to them what they thought it should. You may say, okay, keepers, we understand that, and we would say to you that why do you continue to search on this outside of yourselves? Have you ever found joy outside yourself? Have you ever found peace outside yourself? Have you ever found love outside yourself? If you are not able to find these energies inside yourself, then how do you expect to find them outside of yourself? You have choices about what you allow to develop on the inside of you. You have choices about how much you allow this to expand to your outer being, to be observed and seen by all who come in contact with you. These feelings of love, joy, peace are the most sustaining energies you can choose in this world. These energies will sustain you in all areas of your life and in all your life's experiences. How is this so? If each human feels love, making all choices in love, then the choices and decisions made are made differently to those made without love, and exactly the same applies to joy and peace. Choices and decisions made with joy and peace allow the individual human to be able to live their lives in richness in their internal parameters. This allows them a life not influenced by external choices and desires of others. This is what we call a rich life, an affluent life, one in which the choices are made with love, joy, and peace. This does not mean that you don't have material things or you just don't choose quality material possessions. It just means that you make a choice for these items from your internal parameters, not someone else's. Others will make their choices and decisions according to their beliefs and their life experiences, and that is okay for them. If you choose to have something different in your life, if this area of your life is of concern to you, then we say, look internally to make your choices and decisions and ask, will this give me joy? Will this give me peace? Will this give me love? If you can answer yes to any particular choice or decision, and you continue to ask these questions for 3 months of your life and then observe, have you felt more peace, more joy, more love? This exercise can help you change your habits, and you can become more aware of how you really feel inside yourself and to question why you made decisions for you that were based on outside parameters. This is about you understanding yourself more fully. Chapter 7. Akashic Records about human success and their fear. Success is a complex process set up by humans to judge humans. To judge who they are, what they do, whom they have become, and why they do what they do. As a process of human judgment, success does not serve humans well. It endangers fear and forestalls possibilities and potentials of humanity. In human terms, if you are successful, then that is to be applauded and encouraged, and it is often not taken into account how the success was achieved. If it were achieved with love, with joy, with fun, success in spirit allows the deepening of feelings in humanity. This deepening of feeling is now an opportunity available to humanity through embracing the divine feminine, the love, the softness, the gentleness, and the sharing of these with other humans. This allows all humans to be successful in feeling joy, and joy is part of each human's purpose at this time. Imagine that each moment of joy felt is a success for the human feeling, this joy, and adds to the joy felt by other humans, which allows expansion and embracing of who you really are. This is how we in spirit see success. Worldly possessions and status do not have any impact on how we see success. These two attributes that the human race has invented have increased the fear in humans as individual humans compare themselves with each other. This comparison is no longer have any value to humans or humanity as a whole. As humanity has progressed through the ages, the number of reasons in humanity's thinking of ways to fear increased to the point where some actually feared fear. This is changing as there are no humans on the planet who have come to hold the fear for humanity. And as humanity allows these fear-holder humans to take on or take away their individual fears, then humanity is finding a pathway which leads towards love and away from fear. This does not mean that the individual humans who are here on the planet at this time to hold the fear for humanity are fearful people themselves. This means that those individuals have learned through their own experience in this and other lifetimes what exactly fear is, and they then, each in their own way, show others another way to perceive fear, which allows for the decreasing of fear energy on the planet. Since the so-called, by humans, natural disasters that have been frequently news on the planet in the last few years have been occurring, that the fear that these have engendered in the past now turns more quickly in humanity from fear to compassion, as those not involved in these situations feel compassion more quickly now than they had in the past. The time frame for each individual human to go from fear on hearing the news to compassion has lessened, and this has served humanity well in these new energies. Fear itself is imagined in the energy in each individual mind and can be built upon or dissipated at will. It is a situation of free will, and if a human chooses with their free will to feel the fear and to stay in the human energy of fear, then that is their choice, and we are in allowance of this. Of course, we would encourage each of you to recognize the physical feeling, sensations, and changes in how your own body reacts to fear. When each of you become aware of your own body's reactions, then you can start to address how you are about fear in yourself. As you notice a particular sensation, like for instance, you may get what humans call butterflies in your stomach, or it could be an ache or a pain in a particular part of your body, then you can start to address your fears. So in the particular moment you feel butterflies in your stomach, this is a signal that you have gone into fear mode. We ask you at this point to stop what you are doing, to take yourself to a quiet space where you can pay attention to your thoughts and take your thoughts back to what you were thinking when you had first noticed this physical feeling of butterflies in your stomach. As you take your thoughts back and you come to a thought that, for instance, says, I don't have enough money to pay rent, or I'm concerned about whether my child is on drugs, we say to you to have a notebook and write this down. Write down the date and time as well. Then every time your butterflies arrive for a visit to your stomach, we say, do this little exercise. When you have done this a number of times over a few weeks, have a look at what you have written in your notebook, and then take the fear thought that is most prevalent for you, like, I don't have money to pay the rent, or I'm concerned about whether my child is on drugs, and do this exercise. Take a sheet of paper and a pen. For those of you who understand the term mind map, we are going to do a mind map. Draw a circle in the middle of the page and write your fear in the circle. Next, think of the worst thing that can happen if you didn't have enough money to pay the rent. For example, insert your particular fear, draw a line out from your circle, and write this possible consequence in the circle. Repeat this part of the exercise until you run out of fears about your issue. When you have completed this, we ask you to set this aside for some hours or days, at least half a day, and just go about your life. After you set aside time, go back to your page and allow yourself to take each of the stories that you have written in each circle and ask yourself these questions. Would this really happen? What is the likelihood of this happening? What can I do about this? How soon can I take action? How do I really feel about this? Why am I fearing this? Why do I take myself through this perception of fear rather than having an understanding that I have the situation in my life at this moment that I would rather not have, and that is within my own power to change it? All that is required of me is to make different choices. I know I can make different choices about taking myself through the process of fear and about making different choices for my life that will also eliminate the particular situation as well. While this process of elimination of fear seems like a long one on paper, it will actually only take you a short time, and the feeling of ease and freedom that comes with this exercise every time you practice it will feel like you have done so little, but accomplished so much, as it will become easier every time that you do it, and eventually you will no longer require yourself to write it all down. You will be able to take yourself through the exercise quite quickly in your mind, and best of all, you will find that fear no longer cripples you or your thinking in your life. So we now remind you again that as you step away from your fear, you step towards love, and this can change your life. What are you going to do about this in your life? How to use simplicity more in our lives. Simplicity is a word not spoken about or used enough in human lives. Simplicity has the essence of the divine, as it is a divine action. If simplicity was used more in your complex world, then there would be so much ease, so much freeing up of energies that are now employed in making your lives more complex. There is no requirement for humans to be complex or to make their lives complex. In the divineness of human lives, there is a requirement for simplicity. It is a divine essence that, when implied in any situation, will bring on ease, a freedom that allows humans, and therefore humanity, a movement that will take them into the new energies. How do humans embrace this seemingly elusive to humans' action called simplicity? Simplicity comes when each individual person challenges their own thinking and the ways that they apply their thinking. Simplicity is in your thinking first before it is in your doing. To allow simplicity into your thinking, take something in your life that you find a challenge. Can you see the complexity in this matter? So if you were to break this challenge up into a number of parts, get a pen and paper and do this now. Break your challenge into about 5 parts. When you have done this, take the first part and have a really good look at it. If this first part were all you have to contend with, all you have to do, all you have to think about, ask yourself, would you be able to take some action? Would you be able to take some action today? What is stopping you? So when you have finished reading this, ask yourself, am I going to do this now? Can you see that if you were to do this with each of the parts of your challenge that you presently have, your whole, as you perceive it, challenge would allow you some ease? If you were to make a habit of this exercise, then you would be taking some practical steps to add to the gift of simplicity to your life. Another way to see simplicity is that simplicity can be a smile. It can be eye contact with feeling. It can be watching the sunrise or sunset, a walk in nature, or a quiet hour or two to yourself. Simplicity can be included in your life in many ways. And if it is an easier or freer life that you would like or love, then we say to you to bring an awareness of simplicity into the being and doing of your life. Simplicity can also engender relationships between people. When simplicity is invested into interpersonal relationships, this allows each individual a deepening of their spiritual attributes. As this occurs, then the expression of each person's natural gifts and abilities can be allowed to shine, to come forward, to be appreciated, and to allow more creativeness in each human, and also in those around him. Simplicity is love in action. Love for yourself allows more love in your relationships, your work, and in every part of your life. Is this what you choose for yourself? Simplicity allows each human expansion of themselves as each individual to be energetically aligned with who they really are, so their fullest self possible in the moment of simplicity. Knowing the power of wisdom and how to use it. Wisdom is love. Wisdom is the understanding that everything in this universe is love, that love permeates everything, every person, every place, every situation, that all there is love. It may not feel or look like this to a human that everything is love. We as your keepers can see the love in everything, and as each of you gain more and more wisdom, you will have the gift of being able to see the love in people, places, and situations where it would appear to some humans that there is no love or very little love. The one who is able to see the love in everything is wise, has wisdom, and this wisdom often comes from many lifetimes lived, from being an older soul and from the awareness of what love is and how it can be seen and used in everything. Wisdom can come from saying something appropriately in any situation. It can also come from saying nothing and observing what is happening. Wisdom can be a hug, a smile, a nod of the head to encourage another. It is both spoken and unspoken. It is both seen and unseen, and it is both felt and not felt. The wisdom can be felt by the person using it and not felt by the other person in the situation. Wisdom is knowing, just knowing that you know. Wisdom is trusting, just trusting that all is as it is. Wisdom is allowing timing to take its place in everything. Wisdom is being and not doing in particular circumstances. Wisdom is allowing others to walk their own pathways through their own challenges. Wisdom is complete when it is used in the allowance of love. Wisdom is for knowing, for receiving, and available to those who recognize it. The depth of wisdom is immeasurable to humans. As a human, you find it a challenge to comprehend the depth of wisdom. If you can just allow your wisdom to be love, you will have been given a gift to yourself and humanity. How can we express our appreciation and gratitude to Spirit? The information for this seems easy to us in spirit, although we know that you as humans may not see this. When you communicate with us in whatever form it takes, whether directly or through a channel, we give you information. Some of you take this information and act on it. Some of you act on part of it. Some of you simply keep asking more questions and take no or very little action. To the group that takes the information, allows it to permeate themselves as a human, and then expands and expresses themselves with this allowance, we say to you that your expression and expansion is your appreciation. That is simply the way of communication between us. To the ones who act on part of the information, we ask you to check with yourselves why you have a resistance to all of the information. With this, we are not saying to you that you're required to act on all of the information. You all have free will. We are simply saying to you, have you missed anything that would be helpful to you, that may bring more ease into your life? To those of you that take no or almost no action and ask more questions, we would say to you to have a look at change. How are you with the change in your life, and what can you do to allow more flexibility and acceptance of the change to come into your lives? While we have given you some more information that will allow you to understand yourselves more, your appreciation comes to us simply by choosing to allow us in your lives, to guide you, to help you with your understanding of living a human life. We really appreciate you all for choosing to be humans, choosing to take on this human experience to come together as one and work towards peace on your earth. It is us who sit in wonderment of all your choices and human conditions that you have taken on to allow humanity to get to the place it is now and to the potentials of where humanity is going towards. engaging with tolerance in our world. It's time. It's time to change both individually and collectively how you perceive each other, how you treat each other. It is time to drop your differences. What do they contribute to you? That is a question we would like you to ask yourselves each time you have a difference of opinion, a different way of seeing something about another human being. If you are able to, if you choose to, come to an understanding of what that difference will mean to you tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, you may find that having that difference between you made significantly will separate you, will not bring you together. Is this what you are really choosing for your life, for your time on this planet? Next time you observe something differently to another, we would ask you to see it simply as that. I see this particular thing from a different viewpoint to this other human being, and that is okay. That is in part how our world functions. Each person's perspective can be a contribution. It may simply be that their contribution to you is because of their differing viewpoint. This has allowed you to question yours. It may allow you to soften yours. This does not mean that you have to align with theirs. It means that you have reassessed something in yourself and have made a choice to make a change, even if it is a small change. This small change can then allow you some ease. This ease then has the opportunity to affect your living, the way you perceive, and in doing this, you have much more tolerance for yourself and those around you in your world. It's time. Chapter 8. Connecting to consciousness and spirituality. Control diversity with yourself and other humans. Being conscious is a state of being that you are well intending towards. While your intentions are put forward with your best intentions, as you know, you often miss the mark in your perception. We are saying to you that with your pure intention, you never miss the mark. You always achieve your intention of consciousness. It is only in those moments of less or no intention that you do not achieve your own perspective of how you understand consciousness. Consciousness is that moment by moment living of your life that comes from your intention of doing all that you can to make your world a better place. Here we are talking about your inner world, that world inside you where you make your choices from, where you choose everything that you are part of in the outer world. If you were to say, I didn't choose to be in an earthquake, a tsunami, a cyclone, a hurricane, or any other natural occurrence on this planet, we would say to you that your inner choices on that day at that moment had you in a place where these earth changes are occurring. So your consciousness of your choice to be in this place, in these moments, gave you the consequences that occurred for you. Being conscious is being totally aware in each moment of both your eternal choices and the external circumstances that these internal choices lead you to. It was not originally intended for humans to be conscious in every moment, although it is a potential that they can. The energetic and physical shifts on this planet at this time are directly related to the amount of consciousness on the planet at this time. You all as humans have far surpassed what was perceived as possible for humans, and we as your keepers are just so delighted with this as this allows us much closer contact with you all. For example, Pamela is able to channel this message for you. We love our communication with you all and would like to remind you that it is in these moments of intuition that you have when you just know something that we are in direct communication with you. Some of you may have noticed that you are having these moments more often, and this is one way that your consciousness is growing. With these moments of knowing, we suggest strongly that you follow your intuition and act on your knowledge. The word spiritual encompasses so many perceptions in your world, and those perceptions include consciousness. They also include your religions, your personal perception of what God is, and everything in between. Consciousness is your moment-by-moment way of being, seeing your world, and the choices that you make. Living your life consciously allows you more ease as you are aware of choosing for yourself more at the moment. This all attributes to your way of perceiving and being what can be called spiritual. Any moment that you spend being conscious gathers together with any moment that others spend being conscious to increase the ease by which humans can live on this planet. Of course, these are only words, and it is your pure intention by which you live the life that will help you to make the difference in your own being that you are currently searching for. Akashic Records and how to live or work with difficult people. Human beings' difficult is a perception of others around them. People that others describe as difficult people, or as seen as difficult people, are difficult because the others around them allow the difficult people to have their power, or what we would like you to call your empowerment. So is the difficult person the problem? Or can you, as a person living or working with this person, change your perception? You may think at this point that we were asking you to change your perception of the difficult person. We are not. We are asking you to change your perception of yourself. So could it be that you are saying, aren't they the difficult one? Yes, it is quite possible that they have habits and traits that you don't like or disagree with. Therefore, is it for them to change or for you to change? We say to you that even when you are having a discordant interaction with others, then it is always up to you to check yourself and see what it is that you can change. With a difficult person, what is it that you could perceive as different? If you were to ask yourself this and really take the time and make the effort to understand why you see this particular person as difficult, then you are able to look at yourself better, have more understanding of yourself. We suggest that you take a notebook and pen and draw a line down your page lengthways. Then, at the top of a column, write the name of the difficult person, and at the top of the other column, you write your name. Now, let's look at the difficult person first. Why do you see them as difficult? Write down everything or reason why you see them as difficult. Then, when you are done, go to your column and write down everything or reason that they might see you as difficult, contrary or non-cooperative. Now, if you are able to address this with honesty, you will be able to see and understand that the difficult part in your relationship with them is not all about them. You will be able to see them that they are contributing factors that come from your side of the fence as well. We suspect with some humor here that the difficult person column is a lot larger and more detailed than your column if it's a concept to be true. Now that you have gotten this off your chest, so to speak, and onto paper, we would ask you to take one thing that you have written down in your column and write it in the middle of another page with a circle around it like a mind map. Then draw a line out from this circle and write down how you react in this situation with the difficult person. You may write that you are anxious around them, so the word anxious would be in the circle at the end of the line that you have drawn. You may write that you have a tendency to hide things, physical, mental, or emotional, from them because you fear or feel anxious about their reaction to this. Go through your list and write as much as possible so that you receive a larger understanding of your reactions, the ways that you change yourself to accommodate what you perceive as their difficulties, and you might even see that some of what you have written is actually written as fear, as you have allowed fear to come into your relationship. Now that you have a better understanding of the bigger picture of your relationship with the difficult person, we are asking you to choose one aspect of this to change. If the aspect of this that you choose to change is your anxiety around them, then the next time you feel yourself getting anxious, take a deep breath and another deep breath, and notice that as you are concentrating on taking a deep breath for a fleeting few seconds as you are breathing in, your anxiety seems to dissipate. become aware that the concentration on breathing in allows anxiety to dissipate. As you breathe out silently to yourself, think about the word love. Do this as many times as you can in any situation with a difficult person. We suggest that 5 deep breaths would be beneficial. Then check with yourself about how you feel now about the particular situation and the other person. If you can do this simple exercise each time you are in the company of the difficult person for 1 month and then observe how you feel about this person. We are not saying to you that you are required to love this person, although the only way to heal the situation is to see it with love. We are saying to you to feel love as you say love, and you will be able to do this with continued practice of your breathing exercise. What you are actually doing is reminding yourself that you love yourself, and so there is no requirement for you to react in a way that does not engender love for yourself because of the words or actions of another, in this case, the person whom you perceive as difficult. As you increase the ease with which you do this, you then allow yourself to be empowered by the situation rather than seeing the other person as having power over you. You are choosing your own empowerment, and as you do this, you are acknowledging yourself. Love. Akashic Records about human family. Human families are such a conundrum that they are so diverse, and this is how it is meant to be. There are no human families that are the same. There are no humans that are the same. So this allows you to celebrate your differences as individuals and in a group like a human family. The word celebrate is interesting here, as there are many fewer humans who celebrate their families than those who do not celebrate their families. Many of you in your human form have not understood that you have made the choices to come into your particular family at this particular time so that you could experience many situations and be able to make choices about those particular situations. In any given human family situation you are involved in, you have the choice of your thoughts about this, your perceptions about this, and your actions about this. So next time you are in a family situation that you may either feel comfortable in or feel discomfort in, we would ask you to take yourself through this exercise. First, be aware of your thoughts. Be conscious of your thoughts about the situation. As these thoughts you are having are your observation good, bad, right, wrong, they are your perceptions of your world. So you go from your thoughts to your perceptions, to your choices, and then to your actions. Thoughts, to perceptions, to choices, to actions. What if next time you are in a family situation, you just allow and observe what is happening? What if you don't involve yourself? What if you neither agree nor disagree? Can you understand that your thoughts, perceptions, choices, and actions could be different? In this difference, are you choosing consciousness? How do you feel? How does your body feel? Is this different from the usual path that you would have taken? Can you do this again and again and again? Would this change your world? You may then like to write this down in your notebook each time to help you observe over time the changes you are making. This exercise of practice can allow you to see human families, your human family, differently. Not all human families have conflict. Sometimes you may look at your family and wonder why you came into this family, as your perceptions are so different. You may have a family that doesn't have much communication, and this lack of communication can frustrate you, and you feel that you would like to shake them up and say, "Live!" So, why are you in that human family? We suggest that in some instances, this could be because you can allow them to see other possibilities and potentials. They, your family, may have chosen to live this lifetime simply observing what is possible and not choosing to do anything other than what they are doing now. Just living their lives as though that is all they are here to do, not wanting or choosing any form of awareness. What do you do? Try to change them? If this has been your tactic, we asked, has this worked? Have you felt angry and frustrated at how they are and would love it if they would change? What if they chose to change, but not in a way that you thought was appropriate? How would you feel about that? Could you choose to just allow them to be how they used to be and use your impetuousness for change in yourself? If you choose to look at the amazing possibilities that are for you here and then with your human family, simply love them. The human family is such a vast topic that we could go on for days about. To love all aspects, choices, and actions that are attributes of family. This is why you are in a human family. To love. Akashic Records towards becoming our authentic selves. Being your authentic selves for humans has often been quite a challenge. Without being authentic, you will find it difficult to connect with others easily. There are some beings on this planet at this time who are authentic, who are their authentic selves. There are many human beings on this planet now that are becoming aware of and aspiring to be more of their authentic selves. The complexities of living on this planet challenge authenticity. How this has been done has been impacted by the media, by all the sources of information that are available to you at this time. As you take bits and pieces of this information available to you and apply it to yourselves, your life becomes more complex, and you simply wonder who you are, how did you get to where you are now, and why. When you make different choices that come from simplicity, you are then able to see and be your authentic self. So how can this happen to you? You can first simply take some time off and sit quietly, preferably in nature, and allow yourself to just be. Sit for some time, although we suggest that you do not count time as you do this. When you have sat for some time, your outside world allows itself to become less, and your inner world becomes more. As this happens, you are gradually able to see what really matters in your life and what you can't let go of. Ask yourself this: what can I now let go of that no longer has been any value in my life for me? This may be time spent with certain people, in places like workplaces, or watching or reading the current news, or anything that you perceive is no longer of value to you in your life. It's up to you to discern these and one by one remove them from your life. As you go through this process, you will start to feel you, start feeling your authenticity, start feeling how you really are from the inside of yourself. This process allows the complexities of your life to fall away, and in that space available, it allows the simplicity of your life to come to the forefront. And as your life takes a simpler aspect, you feel yourself more. You feel yourself fuller. You feel your authenticity. This authenticity becomes your way of life, and you being your authentic self is really a gift from you to you, and then a gift to all others whom you interact with. They observe and feel your own authenticity. Start choosing this for yourself, for themselves, and this then allows for more peace on this earth. Akashic Records to control resonance in humans. Resonance is a feeling of knowing, a feeling that all is well with you in your life. When you are resonating with your life, you know that you are loved, that nothing in your world can distract you from this feeling, and you know that all is well with you. When we talk to you of being loved, we are talking to you of us in spirit loving you. And when we recognize and simply know that this love is here for you, it is always here for you, then you are resonating with your life. It is such a deep knowing inside you that is so peaceful and so full of love for you that you know you can allow your human cares and concerns to fall away, and that all is well with you, that your cares and concerns will work themselves out. When you allow yourself into this space inside you, we ask you to stay there as long as you can, in your human timing, as this connection with us allows you peace with your world. This is a beautiful place, a space for a human being to be in. You will love this space so much that you will look for it more and more often, and as you connect with this space, you will have the resonance of more love, more joy, and more ease in your daily lives. This allows you as an individual to have more peace. More peace in your world contributes to humanity, which then allows more peace on your earth. It just takes you to connect and to resonate with your life for more peace on earth. This is a potential and a possibility we in spirit can see. Akashic Records to know your free will and what it means to us. Free will or free choice is a term that human beings will hear more often as they come to understand that this is what the whole of their life is about. Each of you is given free will or choice to use from the moment you are born with. At first, when you are a small human, you do not understand this concept at all, even though you in spirit understand it very well, and this is one of the enticements you felt like the spirit to come up again in this planet. You chose to come again as you see this as an experiment that allows you such freedom of choice. When you are actually on this planet and as you grow as a child, you come across the experiences born of your use of your free will. As a human, you come to understand the consequences in the human form of using your free will. You as a human do not always like or enjoy these consequences. As a child, you learn that adults around you don't like certain behaviors, so they use some form of discipline that you do not like. This goes on throughout your life, and as this process happens, you then come to an understanding of the choices that you make and how they play out in your life. As you gain some wisdom, you adjust your choices with your understanding of your free will, and this then can help you to have a life that has more ease than conflict. When this understanding comes to you, you increase the awareness of choices available to you and choose more intuitively than you may have done in your past. When you do this, you are still using your free will, but you are just using more discernment in your choices. You are choosing ease rather than conflict or challenge. Our suggestion to you is to look at instances in your life where you used your free will and it did not serve you well, and have a look at how you could have chosen to use your free will differently and how you would have chosen with more ease. From now on, bring your awareness of this to the surface as you make your choices. As you do this, you will bring yourself more ease by using your intuition processes more, and you will have a life that brings you more joy and peace. Can you make different choices from now on? Chapter 9. Records of Connection and Changes. Connecting with people, minds, thoughts, and feelings without prior connection with your true self will fail. You must understand yourself before you can connect with others. What am I feeling more? Your keepers can make you understand better. It is time for all of you to choose to feel yourself from the inside, to go inside to make your choices from now on. If you are to look back on some of the choices that you have made that brought you the greatest pain, both physical and emotional, the most discomfort, the most unease, and you have a really good and truthful look at these choices, you may just acknowledge that you made these choices from your head. You may have made these choices to please others, to give others what you thought that they wanted. Could you question yourself as to whether you made any of these choices for yourself? In that moment of choice, where was the being of you choosing for you? How could you have changed this and chosen for you, regardless of others' opinions, points of views, or reactions? You may have allowed this discomfort, unease, or pain to come into your life because you were not prepared to stand in your own knowledge of yourself and to choose for you. To change this, take more quiet time, more time in nature, and with this, it will allow you to have a greater understanding of yourself and what your choices are in your life. As you do this, you will feel more contentment, more ease, and less pain, both physical and emotional. This is your life, and now is the time for you to make choices for you. You are the one who matters in your life. As you choose for yourself, others may not like or agree with your choices. If you choose not to align with their choices for you, you will feel a space opening up in your heart center. As you open up to more of it, you feeling you, the energies are within you. This is love for your personality. Do you dare to love yourself at all? Then try something today. Good communication. This topic is about change, and we would like to approach this a little differently than we have been doing. You all as human beings have become used to change. It has been a current moving through your lives in recent times, just as electricity moves through wires. Electricity moves through wires, and what a brilliant invention this has been for humanity. Electricity has given you all so much, the comfort of your body, ease in your physical lives, and the area that electricity has been a huge benefit to you in the area of communication. As you are aware, this communication has changed the way you live your lives. It has changed the way we are able to communicate with you. As many of you now have and use the internet, you can receive information and communicate this information so quickly now. This can and is bringing about so much change. If you are to observe yourself, you will find that each day you make a lot of small changes. You make these changes often without being totally present or having a clear awareness of these changes. These small changes are made many times because of communication. You have so much more communication than you did in your past, as you know the internet allows you to communicate instantly with others all over your world. Yes, we can hear you saying that this is not new and how we can change more. What we would like you to observe and consider is that every electronic communication that you make has an effect on your energy, the energy of where you live and how you actually live your life. Now that you, as the collective of humanity, have established this form of communication which is so perfect for all the changes that you as a collective are pursuing, consider every single communication that you make electronically. Can you change the words and energy that you use so that your message is always one that includes love? And yes, you may find this easier to do with family and friends whom you enjoy, but what about those whom you do not feel so attuned with? How do you communicate love when you are sending an email at work, for example? It is just like smiling when you are on the phone. The energy is communicated. We are not asking you to do or be any energy that is not really you. We are asking you to ask yourself to write your communication with the energy of love. If you are to make this choice, to send any communications with the energy of love, then you may be surprised at the choices of words that you use, the allowance that you have for others, what you have changed, and how you feel about this change. If you choose to make a change, make a difference in your communication with others, you may be surprised with yourself at how you feel about others. For each of you, it will be different. Maybe a few cheery words to end your communication, or humor in how you address your communication. If you are making a personal communication and you choose to talk about a situation in your life that you are not comfortable with at this moment, you have a choice. Are you using blame? Are you choosing to only see one side of the situation? Are you able to ask others how they would see the situation if they were able to observe this with the energy of love? If you are able to ask this, you may gain much help from the wisdom of others. In asking them to access their wisdom to help you, you are also helping them to observe themselves, their real selves. There is an opportunity there for both of you. When you choose to allow your communication in the energy of love, change is available to you in many areas of your life, and if you communicate in the energy of love, it has the potential to give to humanity massive change. Are you making a choice for yourself now? The change of communication starts with you. How to trust for perfect connection. Trust is when each of you learn and understand that trusting yourselves is a key to self-love. To trust yourself, you are required to understand that you are perfect just the way you are. As that center of you, that heart space of you knows itself, feels its true essence of itself, and you feel the peace inside, You will then have that absolute knowing inside yourself that everything is perfectly okay in your universe, that all is well, and there is nothing to fear. Fear occurs when you do not trust yourself, when you allow what is happening outside of you to affect you. This fear can then be made in the bigger and bigger concepts that are not actually real. As you allow your mind to take that path, your fear increases and your trust decreases. When you are in a situation of simply knowing that all is well with you, even if this is only for a few moments of your time, then you are experiencing trust. Observe these moments because as you allow these moments to increase, to happen more often, then you are allowing more trust into your life, and this can lead to more joy and peace. As you feel trust for yourself, others give you more opportunities to try out trusting yourself more. Others can help you try to make the space for your experiments with self-trust so that you can easily increase the moments spent in this space. And of course, those are fewer moments spent in fear. Trust is part of humanity's process as humanity moves into enlightenment. Enlightenment is you seeing the light in you. Overcoming anxiety, the pullback of connection. Anxiety is fear brought on by your perception of your current circumstances. Addressing anxiety will help you overcome your fears, and as you overcome your fears, you open yourself up to allow more love in your life. Anxiety is often felt in a part of your physical body. It is helpful for you if you use your awareness to bring your mind where you feel anxiety first. Many feel anxiety in their stomach. They would say, "I have butterflies in my stomach." Others feel anxiety in their head. They experience panic, and this panic brings that anxiety to the surface. So for each human that experiences anxiety, your first step is to recognize how the symptoms appear for you. In what order do they appear? As you become aware of this, you can then take steps to address your anxiety. The next time you notice that your particular symptoms are appearing, stop. Then acknowledge yourself that you are in the beginning stages of your anxiety, and then follow your thought process back to the source thought that started the anxious symptoms so you can have awareness of the process that you take yourself through. The key with this is to catch your thought process as soon as you can, and for you to have a clear understanding of what thoughts you have that produce the symptoms that you call anxiety. There may be a few different physical symptoms in your body. There also may be a few thinking patterns that you have that produce anxiety in yourself. So, it is important for you to know all of them. Once you have come to an understanding in yourself about your particular anxiety process, it is then up to you to make a choice to change this. How do you make these changes? You take the concept or idea that you have that produces anxiety in yourself, for example. If you are concerned about not having enough money, we would suggest that you write your concerns, then take each concern separately and have a wonderful look at it. Turn it upside down and inside out, and then look at your worst fear about not having enough money. When you have taken your thought process to the worst part of your fear, examining your worst fear, ask yourself what could happen and how you would address it or how you would find a solution for it. You may be surprised at your creativity and how you can change your finances around to be able to cope with your worst fear. Because you have done this exercise, you will then understand that you can lessen the fear you have about this particular part of your life. You may even do this exercise a few times because as you practice it, you will be able to deal with your fear anxiety more easily each time. Fear or anxiety often appears when there is a change in your life, or you have an expectation that change may happen, and you either don't cope with the change easily or change sends you into a spin. Any change that comes to you that you are fearful about, do the same exercise. Write it down, pull it apart into smaller pieces, and then have a look at each part as to see how you can cope with it. Anxiety and fear is the same emotion, and they are often in your life because you don't have full information on a particular issue or situation, or you do not understand the situation or issue as much as you could. We say to you, ask questions, because when you have more information, you will feel your fear dissipate as your understanding of the situation or issue increases. Your ideal way of dealing with fear is to take the course of action that leads you towards love. You have a choice in that situation. The answer that allows more love into your world is the best solution for a human being. This sometimes may not be the easiest decision to make. Just know that as you make this decision, you are able to let go of your fears and anxiety. The more you do this exercise, the easier it gets for you to overcome your fears and anxiety. As you allow more love in your life, especially for yourself, your self-love will dissipate the anxiety. Knowing the perfect peace through Akashic Record. Peace is an energy that many will be interested in. We will talk about it, and we'll feel more that the energies on this planet continue to shift and change. Peace on Earth has been an ideological concept for much of human existence. That is all it has been for most humans, a concept, because humans have not really understood the essence of peace, the feeling of peace, or what the real meaning of peace is. This is simply how it was on this planet. Humans liked the idea of peace, and until now most humans have had no concept of how peace actually works in individual lives. This is why it has not been possible up until now for you to have peace on Earth. For that, it is required that peace is understood by every individual before you as humanity can have peace for your world. How can each of you as an individual human being feel and understand peace? The whole concept of peace is often seen by individuals as something out there, as something that is separate to them as a human being. It is also seen as something that others can or should do. Peace is often not seen by an individual human being as a start with themselves in their lives in small increments. Up until now, the concept of peace has felt too big for each of you to take as being a part of your life that you can take ownership of, responsibility for, and that you can simply be peace in your own environment. To be peace, each human can look closely at their own environment, which includes relationships, families, and friends, and your work. How is your peace in your own environment? Understanding peace is all about understanding yourself, who you really are, and what you feel from the inside out about yourself, who you are energetically, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. You can then contribute to peace in your world, your own environment, and then your contribution adds to peace on Earth. As more and more of you can do this, then peace on Earth is a possibility and a potential for your planet. Feeling peaceful inside of you comes from making choices about your internal parameters. What is meaningful for you? What works for you? Then choosing to move away from what no longer serves you. As you choose to live your life in this manner, you will find that your internal self will be more peaceful. Your close environment and relationships will feel more peaceful, and you will be contributing to your part of a peaceful world. There is no discernment here between men and women, as both genders have the opportunity to bring peace to this earth. This can be felt by everyone no matter where you dwell on this planet, whether you live in a serene environment or an environment that is more challenging, because it is only you who can decide how you feel in your heart. It is time now for each of you to make a decision how you can make changes in your life so that you are contributing to your personal peace. Peace with others and your inner peace. The collective feeling of peace felt on this planet in any moment of your time make a contribution to the whole. Akashic Records for Unity. Unity is required at this time on planet Earth. Unity can be gained by each one of you choosing to be with others rather than against others. This may sound obvious, and what we find interesting sometimes is that what humans can see as obvious, they often choose not to address. Individuals find it perfectly okay for others to address the issues around unity, and then they continue to have situations in their own lives where unity could be addressed and achieved, and they choose not to do so. Unity is harmony, unity is love, and unity is peace. How can humans have harmony with each other when they have contrasting opinions about issues and situations in their lives? Harmony is possible no matter what the situation. How, so you might ask? We would say to you that the possibility and potentials for harmony come through choice. As each individual human makes different choices in a situation, then harmony can be present and available for all. Harmony is your personal responsibility. If you are asking for unity which will allow peace in your world, in any situation, if you simply allow the other person their point of view, and you understand and allow yourself to have your own thoughts in the situation in a peaceful way, you can agree to not agree, and this can allow harmony in the situation, which can lead to unity. It is when one of you is choosing to be right about the issue or situation that disunity appears. Often when this happens, the subject that you are disagreeing with becomes lost in the need of one or both of the opposing sides to be right. So the disharmony becomes about being right or wrong, and there is no unity in this. Next time you are in a situation where you disagree with another's perceptions, you can choose to check your own perceptions on this point, use your allowance to give the others some space to express themselves, make a choice as to whether you would really like to take yourself to a place of disharmony, allow yourself to accept what others can differ from you, and that you have within you a degree of unity that allows your acceptance. This is growth for you. You may find that you can simply acknowledge that the other person has voiced their view, and you do not feel that you are required to say anything about how you feel on the particular topic or situation. As you allow this in yourself, you give others the space to see this in themselves, and each time you do this, you are adding to the unity in your world. This engenders a more peaceful world for you personally, as well as adding in that moment to the unity that is world peace. Unity is all about the choices that you make. It starts with you and continues with you throughout your life. Unity is a moment-by-moment choice. The questions will help you to make the choice for unity next time an opportunity is provided in your life. How can humans show gratitude in their daily lives for long-term connection? Gratitude can be shown by humans as they live their daily lives by simply being themselves, being in the moment, and allowing others in their lives to just be. When you as humans allow yourselves to be, then you can actually feel inside yourselves just how grateful you are for your life, your choices, your family, your friends, and all aspects of your living. As you allow yourself to be, you allow a stillness to surround you. And as you allow this to happen, you then are acknowledging your spiritual being, the part of you that just knows that all is well, that all is being experienced perfectly regardless of the outside experiences of your life and other people's lives. This being is you knowing your connection with spirit. You as humans often don't feel connected to spirit even though you are in each moment of your day. So, as you experience this beingness, you are actually more aware of your spiritual connection, and with this awareness comes the understanding, the feeling that all it is as that is meant to be. Feeling gratitude takes you to your heart center, and this is the place that you feel spirit. You feel the softness, the gentleness, and the nurturing of us. As you allow yourself to feel this, you know how your connection to us feels. We would suggest to you all For everything happening in your lives, you feel gratitude, because even as you feel gratitude for the happenings in your life that you consider negative, that you consider unfortunate, that you think that you have not chosen, there is understanding there. There is learning there, and there is love for yourself there as you allow your awareness of this. Your contribution to healing yourselves is allowance. When you allow change, then your cells and emotions can help you. This comes with choice. When you choose to talk to your cells with love and ask for your headache, for instance, to go, that love that you express for yourself allows your cells to make changes so that your headache can dissipate. If you were to feel anger, frustration, or apathy because you have a headache, then your cells spontaneously give you more of what you are choosing. If you were to say to your cells, "I love you, I love myself, and I feel gratitude that I can ask you to change what is happening in my body right now. Please, cells, change what is required to be changed so that my head can feel clear now. Thank you for your help." What if you were to speak your cells with love and gratitude each time you had a condition in your body that you do not enjoy? Use this with intent next time you have a bodily condition that you do not want to continue. Take some quiet time for yourself and see how you can feel differently. If you are in an emotional state that you would like to change, we suggest that you stop what you are doing, take some quiet moments, and ask yourself, why am I choosing this emotional state? What else can I choose? What would give me joy? And then make that choice with gratitude for having the understanding that you can make this choice. This is how you are able to make changes in your life, through choosing and then focusing on what you do enjoy and leaving behind all that no longer serves you. This is how you can contribute to healing yourself. This is how gratitude and healing play together to allow you to have a life that is your choice and therefore more enjoyable to you. What happens with our bodies in relation to the shifting energies on our planet? Your human bodies are responding to the recalibration of your planet by recalibrating themselves. Some of you have noticed and some have not. Some of you have noticed because your body feels differently than it used to feel, and often you have no words to describe this difference. You just know it. What is happening is that as your planet changes, your bodies require different foods and different exercise. Sometimes more food, but mostly less food. The recalibration is happening in your cells, and this is a direct response as parts of your DNA are becoming more activated as you are making different choices and choices that align more with your energetic self. What happens is that your food requirements often become less as the spiritual parts of your DNA are becoming activated, and this activation allows your body to use more of your spiritual energy to live your life. You may find that you really enjoy a particular food, and this food may be a food from another culture than your current culture. This is your Akashic remembrance coming into play. If, for example, you are noticing that you are enjoying Indian food, this may be because you have had many lives in India, and your Akash is giving you a message, a hint. You may like to dress your body in a particular manner that brings into play your Akashic remembrance from other lifetimes and cultures. As your body recalibrates, you may find that you have unexplained discomfort. Know that this is all part of the recalibration. As the energy changes in your cells, your body may require to release the discomfort is allowing this to happen. Sometimes for some of you, your body will feel different as you feel vibrations in your body that you have not been aware of in your past. These moments of vibration can last a few moments or even only a few seconds. Just acknowledge this and be gentle with yourself and understand that this is you moving into the new energies and that all is well. It is now time to talk to your cells. Ask if your body requires a certain food. You may choose not to eat your food because that is what you have always done. What you eat is what you have always done. What you eat. How fast you eat it. How you cook it or not cook it. How much you eat. Ask your body, "Body, would you like a mango now?" You will feel a yes or a no, as your body responds to your asking. It may take a little time for you to have this connection with your body. This time factor may happen not because your body is not responding, but because you are not clearing your mind enough for you to hear your body's answer. Ask and wait. It will only take a few seconds. If you do not get an answer, try taking a few deep breaths that you can feel right down into your belly, then ask again. There may be times when what your body would like will come to you in pictures. You may see a bowl of fruit salad or an egg cooked in a particular way. You will come to understand this conversation with your body, and then it's up to you to follow your body's requests. Can you do this? This process is about releasing control. When you can do this, you may notice that you have more ease with your body, that your body may feel lighter, moves with more grace, that the elimination of your waste product changes, and that your wellness increases. Would you enjoy these benefits of recalibration? Expect that recalibration of your bodies will be an ongoing process for some years to come. Enjoy the process and acknowledge the change that is being made available to you. Thank your cells daily for their contribution to your spiritual journey. Your cells feel this appreciation. When all you know and believe changes. Changes are happening all over your world, and the universe is every microsecond. We often smile with love when we see the resistance that humans have about change in their lives and their circumstances. You are all evolving as each second of your time passes, and you are often unaware of that change that is occurring. When a change happens in your life, maybe in a relationship or situation that you do not like, you become confused, unsettled, uncertain, and often very fearful. Fear is a human attribute and capacity that allows each of you as individuals in differing ways to understand your life differently, to see that you have the ability for joy. But where does that joy go to when fear visits you? You allow the fear to consume you, and the joy you may have previously felt simply seems to disappear. What actually happens is that joy is felt in your heart and fear is thought of in your mind. You allow your mind to fill the space of you instead of allowing the space of love to fill your heart and bring you joy. This is what happens when you have a fearful reaction to change. Can you change this fearful reaction? We say to you, yes, you can. Do you choose to make this change? Sometimes. If your choice is to be more open to accepting change, we suggest that you make the effort to understand how you are at the moment you start to fear any changes in your life. This fear may appear in your body, in a tensing of a part of your body. It may appear in your mind, in your thoughts, as in what you may call a negative thought that is quite small, and then you allow it in the space of your mind for it to grow into something much bigger than it is. When you come to an understanding of this in yourself, you will then be able to take your fear of change, break it into smaller pieces, and allow yourself to address these smaller pieces one by one. As you address these smaller pieces in your life, you will find that fear is no longer the first choice when a situation or a relationship in your life changes into something that you do not like. By addressing your fear each time, you have a change happening. You will allow more acceptance for change to come into your life, and this will give you more ease. As you have more ease in your life about your relationships and situations, you will find that your life still changes and that you can change more easily and flexibly with it, and the fear you previously felt will dissipate. This is all about choices, your choices, so that when all that you know change, you can bring in acceptance and choice rather than fear and drama. You will be going from your head to your heart. As you do this, you are opening up your heart for more joy and ease. We ask you, what is your choice when all you know changes? Fear and drama, or joy and ease? Make a choice today. Chapter 10. Record connected to love and peace of mind. Simplicity of love. The essence of love has had confusion around it in how humanity and how individual humans understand love and express love. The word love is often used in situations when there is almost no love, and this often brings confusion. There is the perception that in a human family, the essence of love is what glues them together as a family. If you come from a family where there was an abundance of love, you can easily understand this concept. The confusion often comes when you come from a family that has not understood the essence of love, and this has created all sorts of issues, problems, and situations. This confusion was often included before this lifetime contract between a parent and a child, with the solution or the most peaceful way out of the situation being for one or both of these humans to find their way through the relationship with love. When one of the individuals has been able to see the situation or relationship with love, this can allow the other individual to see the situation or relationship with more peace. This may not resolve the issues completely to the satisfaction of all. It may simply allow more ease, and with this ease, acceptance of how things are, what can change and what is not likely to change. The key here is acceptance. If you are to look at your life and have more understanding of the essence of love, you may see that when you gained acceptance of a situation or a relationship, then you understood the essence of love more. The actual feeling of love can encompass many attributes and capacities, which can include understanding that you love another human being regardless of their behaviors, that the behavior is simply when the other human being has forgotten to love themselves, allowance of yourself and others when you do not agree, do not see life through the same eyes. This allowance is love. The love is in the allowing. Acceptance of yourself as you are able to accept yourself, regardless of others' opinions of you. You then have the capacity to be able to have a larger acceptance of others. Acceptance is love. If you are able to bring more acceptance, allowance, and understanding into your own life, then you are able to show by example to others what love is to you, how you perceive love, and how you have love in your life. This example then allows them to have some awareness, which then can bring more ease into their lives. The essence of love is the way in which you choose to live your life. It is the gifts that you give to yourself of acceptance, allowance, and understanding. These gifts allow you expression and expansion to encompass many areas of your life, and as you are accepting, allowing, and understanding, you are sharing the essence of love that you are with all of humanity. This is the simplicity of love. More understanding on what brings joy. Joy is a feeling that humans are now beginning to explore more. In your past, joy was a word that was often attached to feeling good, although not many of you understood just how good that feeling of joy can be. To most humans, the feeling of joy seems unreachable, just a few fleeting moments felt in your lifetime. It is now possible for you all to feel joy for more moments in each day as you are coming to understand more just what your feeling is and how you as an individual experience joy personally. So how do you experience joy personally? Is it waking up happy, hearing the sounds of nature and appreciating the weather no matter what the physical weather conditions are at the time? Or do you find joy in the company of the people you live with? the delight of the small people in your life. Or maybe there are moments when you just feel that it is wonderful to be alive. There are two concepts of joy we would like to explore here. One is the concept that joy can be found on the outside of you, and the other is the concept that joy is felt and expressed inside yourself, and you can then allow your joy to bubble out and give others the opportunity to explore their own joy. Whenever you see, feel, and understand the joy that you feel, that is created by outside of your conditions, you are expanding your joy, and you can express your joy. If you were to watch tomorrow morning's sunrise and feel the wonder of your planet, you would feel the joy of this internally. And if you choose, you can express this externally by smiling, laughing, and sharing the moment with others. There are many ways to express this joy. Even that human term, jumping for joy, could be a way of expressing your delight at the sunrise. When you feel joy internally, you may just stay with the feeling. You may not choose to express the feeling externally. This internal joy could come from you feeling your connection with us in spirit. You may have a quiet moment where you simply know that you are so connected to us, and in your feeling this connection, you allow yourself to have expansion, which then brings you to that feeling of joy. Often for humans, these moments are hard to put into words. We suggest to you that when you have these moments, it is perfect for you to keep your linear mind out of this and simply just feel and enjoy that expression of yourself. As you feel these moments more and more and the possibilities of this happening and these new energies will support you feeling this, acknowledge to yourself that you have felt joy. Slow down in your life if you would like to experience joy. Allow yourself the space to experience joy, and as you make the choices to do this, you will find that you will notice more joy moments in your life every day. This will mean that you do less, and as you do less, you may question yourself as to why you think you need or have chosen to do particular things in your life. Everything that you choose to do in your day as to whether this particular doing actually serves you or whether you could drop this particular doing so that your life has the space for you to feel joy. It is all about choices, your choices for you. When you choose to make more choices for yourself, you will become more aware of your moments of joy. Is joy a choice for you? What is benevolence? Benevolence is the feeling of God inside. When you are in a state of benevolence, you are in a place of love, and in this love you are in connection with God inside of you. The energy of God is love and benevolence. Being in benevolence allows you to have allowance for yourself and to allow others, no matter what is happening in your life, in your current situation, you are able to have an allowance for yourself, not being in judgment of yourself. When you are not in judgment of yourself, you allow the space for you to be able to not be in judgment of others. So you are allowing love with yourself and with others. You are allowing benevolence. You know that all is well, no matter what the outside circumstances appear to be, and you can allow the outside of your circumstances to follow whatever it is that those circumstances require. Within yourself, you can allow a benevolence. Know that you are connected to God, and this is how it is. There will be more opportunities for you all to allow more benevolence into your lives. This is happening with the changing energies, and the opening up within each one of you is allowing benevolence to occur. Be benevolent with yourself. Love yourself no matter what, and know that you have intent to have an awareness of benevolent situations. With this, acknowledge them within yourself. You have this capacity available to you now. It is your chance to use it. It is your choice to allow in circumstances or situations that in the past you would not have allowed. This is how you can become more aware of your benevolence. As each of you become more benevolent, your world will have more peace. Therefore, each moment you are in the energy of benevolence, you will have more peace. Inner peace. How can it be achieved? Inner peace is a state of being that is not often achieved by human beings, although the potential for this to happen is on the increase. Peace in a human heart is the sense that all is well with you. Even though there may be challenges in your personal world as well as on your planet, you have a place inside of yourself that you can go to that is so still, where you feel you are so connected with Spirit, that whatever may be happening in the physical world, it is of no consequence to you. This isn't that you don't care about things in the physical world. It is that you know they all have their place, and you, in your own stillness, in connection with Spirit, can see how they are placed in the whole scheme of the bigger picture. As you are able to hold the stillness and you can hold the space of peace for yourself, it is possible for you to have inner peace. In this world at this time, there are not many yet able to hold this space. If you have been able to have one moment of inner peace today, then you have made a contribution to peace in your world. Inner peace is gained by you making choices, and these choices include making decisions about what really matters to you and letting go of what is not your concern. It is about you choosing the life you would love to live and living this. As you make this choice, you will find that you will feel more joy in more areas of your life, and this joy allows you ease and allows you more peace. You can feel this by being in nature more. In your garden, your park, a beach, or a mountain, whatever part of nature that you enjoy. Feel how you feel when you soak up nature. This is part of you feeling peace. Peace is best felt by humans, by you allowing one moment of peace to build into 2 moments of peace, and by you allowing these moments space in your daily lives. Rather than seeing inner peace as a thing that you cannot understand or feel, see inner peace as acknowledging the moments of peace that you already have in your life and adding to them. Your communities and your cultures are made up of individual humans who have the ability to make individual choices. As each of those individuals make a choice for peace in each and every moment every day, then the potential for peace can be seen on your planet. This potential is already happening, and although it may take a few generations for there to be peace in your world, the humans on this planet at this time are contributing towards this. Although your media likes to tell you what is not happening for peace, we in Spirit can see what is happening for peace. We can see that the potentials are increasing, and of course each of you has the choice for peace in each decision that you make. You can make a decision that you may particularly like a group, for example, a sports team, and even though you favor this team, this does not mean that you have to be against the other team in the game. You can just make a decision to support and favor your chosen team. This is just a choice to support one group while you are not thinking, saying, or doing anything against the other team or group of people. This can allow peace in your choices. As humans, you always will have choices to make, so next time you have a choice, choose and support without discouraging others. The place to make these choices from is that place of inner peace. When you know yourself, you then understand what allows you a sense of ease in your life and what does not. If you were to choose what allows you ease, then you would also be choosing for what gives you more peace. Peace in your community will come as each of you choose individual ownership of creating peaceful choices for yourself. The energy of presence. Some may see presence as the awareness of living in each moment, and this is part of presence. Presence for you is also about how each of you is able to simply hold yourself, in the you that is really you, in each moment of that awareness. How do you do this? Well, staying in the present moment is a challenge for human beings because on your planet and in the lives you lead, you are able to find so many distractions that take you away from you. Knowing yourself allows you more presence in each moment as you live with that moment-by-moment awareness of your own presence, of who you really are. Who you really are is who you are in those quiet moments that you allow yourself. The reason why there is not currently a lot of presence in humanity is that each individual human chooses not to take enough quiet moments to really get to know and understand themselves. As you allow yourself to question you, to just simply be you in your quiet moments away from other human beings, then you can feel who you really are. You can feel that spiritual essence of you, and this allowing of yourself to acknowledge the magnificence of you and the beauty of your spiritual essence allows you to have presence. Others notice this and make choices to have some of this for themselves, even though at times they don't even know that it is their presence that they are seeking. Often presence is looked for on the outside of human beings. It is looked for in the position held, in the community or family, in the material possessions, and in seeing your life through another's eyes, rather than allowing all of your presence to come from your spiritual essence. As you allow your presence to come from inside of you, your visibility with others increases. Others see you as having something different in your way of being that they would choose for themselves, if only they understood what it is. Your presence is something that is felt by others. You cannot have a strong and visible presence if you do not know who you really are. As you grow into who you really are and can stand in this no matter what the circumstances of your life, then you are the presence of yourself. This will improve your love even with others. My being. It is time now for all of you to have more understanding about being. You are all used to doing that your concept of being and not doing is not developed enough for you to receive the full benefit that you can have for yourself when you make a choice to be. Being is about being present in your life, about you being in awareness of your life and how it is in each moment. Being brings you to your present moment. When you are in your present moment, then you are able to fully live your life. You will gain more from your life if you allow yourself more being. How to be, that's the question. Being is often available to you by slowing down and sometimes, depending on your circumstances, coming to a stop. Although this is not always how it is, being is about your presence. It's about you having a moment-by-moment awareness of your life and living. Think back over the last hour of your life and observe just how much doing you did and how much being you allowed. You may have observed that often the doing took up more space in your life than the being. From this moment on, give yourself the gift of being. Bring this word and the understanding of the energy that it has into your day. If in your next hour you allow yourself to be more, you may find that you feel differently and that all the doing that you require for yourself was done as well. A few moments of you gifting yourself the presence of you each hour will make a difference because in this gift of being, you will come to an understanding that you are not required to do as much as you thought you had to do what is required. Your being will allow you to engage your simplicity. It will allow you to take some of the human complexity out of whatever it is that you are engaged in. There is a possibility that if you practice being, if you allow yourself to be more often, that you will find an ease coming into your life that allows you to see how to simplify your life and give yourself the gift of being. When you are being, your intuition is available to you with more ease. Your joy is available to you, and with these two energies you are able to make different choices that allow you more simplicity and ease. Then you can make an allowance for you, for more time for you to just be. A way for humans to increase their being is to spend more time in nature, to just sit and observe, to just absorb how nature has really got it together, to just be able to be. This time in nature will be so beneficial for you on all levels of your being. You can allow this time to bring you to a deeper appreciation of nature and how nature supports you, of how Gaia supports you. Allow your breath to be slow and to be deep. Feel the love for those around you. Acknowledge that God is within you and that you are so connected and supported by us in spirit. When you are able to do this, this allows us to connect with you and help you with what we call intuition. You may find that at this time of being, you allow your imagination to run. Allow this to happen, as this is your intuition giving you messages that will often save you a lot of doing. You may find your solution much quicker this way. You can connect with the people that will benefit you, as you will understand how the connection between the two of you can be an advantage to you both. Your quiet being allows you to appreciate those close to you, and this can help your relationships to have more ease. Mostly you will find that you have enhanced and engendered your connection you have with yourself, and this will be your greatest gift in making a choice to be. That is all it is, a choice you can make. It's up to me to be who I want to be so that you can be free to love. Knowing your vulnerability. Vulnerability is a feeling that you as humans will become more acquainted with. In your daily lives, you often cover up your vulnerability, as this often shows your innermost feelings. Up until this timing, humans have not understood the value to themselves of being able to show their vulnerability, which gives the human the potential to access a deeper part of their own divine path. When we say deeper, what we mean is that you will be able to take yourself into higher vibrations that will allow you to feel more of who you really are. Vulnerability is covered up in many ways by humans being human. This cover-up can come in the form of anger, depression, unworthiness, low self-esteem, being pathetic, stubborn, or silent when communication could help your situation. There are many more ways to cover up your vulnerability than we have listed here. If you ask yourself, you will know how you cover up. You allowing you to be vulnerable in any situation then allows others to be vulnerable. When you do this, this can often help to resolve an issue between you and others. It allows you to honor yourself and your divinity, which then gives others this opportunity as well. What is vulnerability? Vulnerability occurs in those moments when you open your innermost self up and allow this to be seen and felt by others. It often happens spontaneously when you are in a situation that you really care about, and this situation is one that requires some resolution or even acceptance from you. The feeling of vulnerability will come, and at that very second, you have the opportunity to honor yourself and allow the feeling through, or to squash the feeling and cover up. What do you have to fear in allowing vulnerability through? We say to you that there is nothing to fear. In these moments, and it is often only these moments of your life, if you allow your vulnerability to be visible to others, you are then able to move to a deeper understanding of your divine nature. You allow yourself more understanding of you. It may be that next time you have the opportunity for this, and you allow the vulnerability through, you will feel a shift in you. You may describe it in human terms as a weight off of your shoulders. Too often humans do not allow their vulnerability through because they are humanly concerned with what others will think. It is now time for you to leave this old paradigm behind. This old paradigm slows your spiritual awareness and no longer serves you. You may notice that it will become harder and harder for you to squash your vulnerability, as the new energies on this planet are not conducive to this. We say to you, relax with your vulnerability. Allow it to show and feel the lightness that this allows your whole being. As you do this, it will become easier and easier for yourself to do, and you are in a closer connection with your divine self. Chapter 11. Akashic Records and the Brain. Reingold and Harman believe that the examination on a remote survey proposes that the intuitive, creative personality could be getting information in manners other than from the lifelong learning of an individual. Research on telepathic communication suggests that we are all together joined at a profound level. Investigation on psychokinesis shows an association between mind and the outer condition. Researchers are testing the savant mind from within, using both quality mapping and PET scans. Neuroscientists accept that intellectuals tap into regions of the mind that function like supercomputers, compiling enormous measures of information from the senses to make a working model of the world. But where is this supercomputer situated? In our wet biomolecular cerebrum? From the 1930s onwards, Wilder Penfield built up a surgery for epileptics, including the use of a neighborhood analgesic, to open up and work on a patient's exposed brain while the patient remained completely conscious. At the point when he applied his anode to the patient's temporal lobe, the patient started to depict a total flashback to an episode from prior to his life. The scenes constantly pushed ahead and just forward. If music was included, this followed the exact unique rhythm, the full score of which the patients would be able to hum with absolute precision, much as an autistic savant would have the option to recreate music with practically complete exactness, practically like a recording. The temporal lobe has likewise been ensnared in near-death encounters where life audits happen. Life audits reviews have been depicted as viewing a film, a video, a distinctive 3D color display of as long as you can remember or segments of your life. Some have portrayed it as a survey, as a three-dimensional 3D image of your life in full color, scent, and sound. Betty Eady recounted that her life showed up before her as what we might consider amazingly well-characterized holograms, however at enormous speed. The scenes can likewise go into a C mode, seeing scenes of your life in little blasts, indiscriminately with the scenes of your life, skipping, starting with one scene then on to the next, in quick forward mode, seeing scenes of your life at a tremendous speed, in pause or slow motion, so as to concentrate on a specific detail of your life. You may likewise enter the scene and relieve your whole life with scenes of your life projected around you. This is fundamentally the same as how metaphysicist Charles Leadbeater depicted perusing the Akashic Records, very nearly a century back. The role of measurable mystics in battling crime seems to be developing. The psychics regularly felt the agony of the person in question and at times saw the crime scene from the aggressor's perspective. They were truly reliving the events. This is likewise clearly fundamentally the same as reading the Akashic Records or experiencing a real existence survey in a near-death experience. It is believed that the Akashic Records make perceptiveness and mystic perception possible. A few mystics who do previous life readings guarantee to get their data from the Akashic Records. Forensic psychics, who help the police in investigations, also show up as often as possible to access these records. The data received in precognitive dreams, perceptive dreams identifying with a state or events not yet experienced, is frequently said to be eventually gotten from the Akashic Records. The Akashic Records was a term begotten by the Theosophical development, which began in the 19th century, and alluded to an all-inclusive documenting system which records each idea, word, and creativities. These records are inserted or engraved in the Akasha, which is the Sanskrit word for either sky or space. Records imprinted on the fabric of space-time. Einstein displaced the hypothesis of the ether with his 1905 special theory of relativity, and afterwards restored the idea with the possibility of a space-time complex in his 1915 general theory of relativity. In light of a modern translation and a basic substitution of terms, the Akashic Records would be said to be composed on this space-time complex. Edgar Cayce only said that upon space and time is written the deeds, the thoughts, the exercises of an entity as in relationships to its environment, its inherited impact, as coordinated, or judgment attracted by or as indicated by what the entity's ideal is. When Cayce was approached to clarify what was implied by the Book of Life, he answered that it was the record that the individual entity itself writes upon the skein of space and time. World-prestigious Cayce researcher Kevin Tedeschi says that the Edgar Cayce readings recommend that every one of us writes the story of our lives through our deeds, our thoughts, and our connections with the rest of creation, reverberating Lynn McTaggart's portrayal of the dynamic communication of the universe with the zero-point field. Science reporter Lynn McTaggart says, if all subatomic issues on the planet is collaborating continually with this ambient ground state vitality field, the subatomic waves of the zero-point field are continually engraving a record of the shape of everything. As the imprinter and harbinger of all frequencies and all wavelengths, the zero-point field is a sort of shadow of the universe forever, mirror images and record of everything that ever was. Is it a record or an alternate reality? The well-regarded Australian metaphysicist Robert Bruce characterizes the Akashic Records as an interminable, ceaseless, interdimensional, vigorous echo field containing never-ending echoes similar to the zero-point field produced by every single act of cognizance in energetic structures. Different levels of the Akashic Records can be accessed and viewed in different manners during an out-of-body experience, with the most widely recognized being the conventional library situation. Bruce believes the records to be an energetic medium instead of the basic conviction that the records are an organized repository of information. Cayce suggested the way that the Akashic Records were not just a translation of the past, but rather incorporated the present and what's to come, future. Max Heindel said that in a higher world, the memory of nature is perused in an altogether extraordinary way, covering the pitch of an entire life or event. In 1899, Leadbeater revealed that on a high plane, the past, present, and future are generally existing simultaneously. He gives the similarity of a traveler in a train. The traveler, if he would never leave the train nor change its pace, would most likely consider the passing scenes as necessarily progressive, and would not be able to conceive their concurrence. Leadbeater evidently foreseen Einstein's block universe idea and the relativity of synchronization through his immediate experience in superuniverses. Paul Davy clarifies, physicists want to think of time as spread out completely, a timescape, comparable to a landscape, with all future and past occasions situated there together. This is commonly portrayed as the block universe idea in physics. As indicated by Davies, human experience is temporal. Subsequently, we, by and large, believe that only the present is genuine, while the past never again exists and the future doesn't yet exist. We likewise often believe that the future is contingent and undetermined. Paradoxically, in the block universe, past, present, and future all exist at the same time. All events are completely decided and none are unexpected. Physicist Brian Greene says, similarly, as we imagine all of space as truly being out there, as truly existing, we ought to likewise imagine all of time as truly being out there, as really existing as well. Einstein's block universe looks somewhat like portrayal of the nature and dynamics of the Akashic Records in higher planes by Max Heindel, Edgar Cayce, and Charles Leadbeater, and other metaphysicists. The inquiry presently emerges. Are the dynamic Akashic Records being ceaselessly composed as circumstances happening in our reality, or is it just an alternate reality where time carries on in an unexpected way? It is possible that when we read the Akashic Records, we are really peering into another reality where the proportion of time is unique. The observer may in fact be encountering Einstein's block universe, unhampered by the limitations of time. But how precisely do we read or experience the Akashic Records? Are the Akashic Records in the brain? Apparently, brain and cells are somehow hyperlinked to some non-local memory. In 1908, Leadbeater clarified that there is a partiality between any particle of issue and the record which contains its history, an affinity which allows it to go about as a sort of conductor between that record and the resources of any individual who can read it. The scenes through which we go over the course of our life appear to act in a similar way upon the cells of our cerebrum through which our mind is put in affinity with specific bits of the Akashic Records, he says. Medical science and those related to it expect that the information an individual has is covered inside the brain. But can this information be non-local? In this case, how does the brain retrieve and communicate this information from non-local sources? Does this noticeable cerebrum have an imperceptible superstructure through which such interchanges are prepared? The undetectable superstructure that supports the exercises of the brain, which has been talked about in the writer's book, Brains and Realities, is a decent contender for this assignment. This imperceptible superstructure, which incorporates a complex of unpretentious electromagnetic bodies, transmits and gets information from non-local sources. The electromagnet idea of these inconspicuous bodies improves their contender to do the unpredictable computations and recall that savants have. A photographic review, CD-like sound review, quick calculations and video player activities, for example, quick forwarding and rewinding recommend an electromagnetic substrate which can be found in unobtrusive, higher vitality magnetic plasma bodies. These are just revealed or unveiled more completely when biochemical activities in the cerebrum fail. As indicated by Hebb's rule in neuroscience, when neurons over and again fire in a specific pattern, that pattern turns into a semi-perpetual future of the brain. For example, it turns into a memory. If the connections so framed should later prove of little use, resulting from inconsistent firings across the recently fortified neural connections, the associations debilitate on their own from the lack of incitement. However, we know from the investigation of autistic savants that they can recall a tremendous amount of information from only one experience with the stimulus immediately, even a long time after the event, with photographic clearness. There appears to be a need for reinforcement, rehearsal, or consistent review to reinforce synapses. How does Hebb's rule fit into this? Unquestionably, this proposes an alternate kind of memory component which is plainly not clarified in current neuroscience, which considers just the biomolecular cerebrum. However, this kind of memory mechanism would fit well with the operations of an electronic mind within electromagnetic subtle bodies. Inasmuch as neuroscientists are focused on the visible brain, they will never understand that the biomolecular cerebrum acts just like a TV, fundamentally as a recipient and tuner. The researcher who exclaims, "See, we have proof. The PET outputs show that the neural activity in the cerebrum has changed," is missing what's really important. All encounters can be interpreted by changes in the brain on the grounds that the transmission goes through the cerebrum, except if the pundit takes a more extensive view, gets his eyes off the TV and glances around to see the foundation framework of TV cables or aerials. He will be careless in regards to the way that the signs are being transmitted from a telecom station. Indeed, all clarifications become simpler and increasingly normal when we take the view that the biomolecular body and mind that is noticeable to us is only the tip of an iceberg. They are undetectable superstructures as indicated by plasma metaphysics that science is just starting to speculate. In order for the paradigmatic move to occur in neuroscience, neuroscientists must look to cutting-edge physics for a more extensive view. There are present logical hypotheses taught in mainstream physics which disclose to us that under 5% of the universe is visible to us. If that is the situation, why treat the obvious cerebrum as an end in itself? Is it true that it isn't intelligently possible for an undetectable superstructure to be supporting the more perplexing activities observed and currently being misattributed to secretive procedures in a wet biomolecular brain? An Akashic Records experience is like a holographic Akashic movie theater. Suppose you could mysteriously transport into a stunning theater that was playing a top-quality holographic video of any part of your life set before, the future, or in one of your previous lives. All things considered, you just envisioned what a real astral projection into the Akashic Records is truly similar to. The Akashic Records is a piece of the astral plane where all of the human occasions are recorded in a dazzling point of interest. Everything that has ever happened to or that will ever happen, and even what just may come to pass, is already present in the Akashic Records. What's more, you can see these Akashic movies at whatever point you need to. These astounding and widely inclusive records exist in the astral domain at an area where the astral plane crosses with the physical reality. They focus on individuals as we simultaneously exist at the intersection between astral space and the physical domain. So when you first cross into the astral universe, it will probably be legitimately into or directly through the Akashic Records. What's more, I propose that you have just had a short look at them, however you haven't realized you were really reading them. Unquestionably, you've had dreams. All dreams happen in the outskirts of astral space, and that is at the convergence of the Akashic zone. I referenced before that the Akashic has details on what may occur. They likewise keep documents on what occurs in everybody's dreams. I recommend that during those dreams that were especially striking, you were really astral anticipating. When an individual does what is known as a previous existence relapse, they are anticipating their mindfulness into perusing the Akashic Records to see the details of a previous manifestation of themselves. At the point when a genuinely gifted psychic does a past life perusing, they are either astral projecting into the Akashic Records directly, or they might be just remote survey into the previous life information storage. Numerous individuals who have had demise encounters report that they saw their life go before their eyes. What they have seen is the clearly detailed Akashic symbolism of their life is put away in those impressive records. So, how detailed are the Akashic Records? Indeed, they are absolute. The Akashic Records contain each subtlety and each idea you ever took while taking each breath of your life, just as the lives you've recently had and the lives you will be naturally born into after you've died from your present life. The Akashic Records must be full and genuine on the grounds that that is the proof God will use to pass judgment on your soul, among other everlasting uses of the Akashic repository. The vast majority read the Akashic Records from a remote place, and they just truly get a concise look. That would be like you seeing a soundless movie clip inside a theater as you stroll by similarly as somebody enters or leaves. This is what you get during a non-clear dream. A superior survey includes projecting a bit of your mindfulness into the astral periphery. Possibly this would look like looking over your neighbor's fence to watch his television through a window. You can hear just the uproarious bits and you can't see a lot of detail. The distinction between that and a full Akashic Records holographic movie is the viewer is attempting to look, yet is unwilling or afraid to really go into their neighbor's home. At that point, there is the all-out astral inundation into reading the Akashic Records, and that is completely incredible. The term walk a mile in my shoes fits well here on the grounds that an astral visit to the Akashic Records is holographic, and the lavishly itemized viewpoint can be from anywhere or even inside the psyches and bodies of the focal characters. You can perceive what they see, smell what they smell, hear what they hear, and even think what they think. Of all astral projection encounters I could discuss, the astral projecting encounters are the most engrossing and by a long shot the most intriguing. Unfortunately, they are additionally among the most hard to precisely portray in just words. Portraying an image takes a large number of words. Perhaps you should simply go for an astral projection for yourself and have an Akashic Records experience very close and face-to-face. The Akashic Records, aka the Book of Life. Collectively, the Akashic Records are a field of vitality that hold the present, past, and future information on all things, and it shows everywhere immediately. Within this comprehensive field are singular vitality fields for each being that are colossally immense in their own right. An individual field is known as the Akashic Record, the Book of Life, or the Akashic Field for an individual, and it contains each idea, intent, word, deed, and emotion of that spirit from the time it leaves its place of origin until the end of time. This field likewise holds the most profound implications and connections between each piece of information, in addition to the spirit's purpose, lessons, calling, and talents. Information in every spirit's record gets accessible through a specific, interesting recurrence similar to a unique mark encoded into the energies of the universe. Individuals access the records in an assortment of ways from an assortment of purposes. For example, the popular 20th century prophet and medium Edgar Cayce accessed Akashic information while in a sort of trance state. It was within this express he had the option to deliver information to recuperate multitudes, as to see into the future and past as few have. He gave 14,306 readings that have been very much reported and examined, covering more than 10,000 topics. He established the Association for Research and Enlightenment in Virginia in 1931, and this association still expands upon the information uncovered in Cayce's readings. Nostradamus additionally conceded using the field of the Akashic Records to deliver the entirety of his predictions. However, he worked with strategies of access derived from Greek prophets, mystery, and the Kabbalah. Still, other Akashic Record advisors summon consecrated prayers to gain access or receive information while they rest or through other customs. Famous musicians, inventors, creators, and writers of each kind have felt a profound association with the Akashic Records. Even when not intentionally aware of it, and have gotten stunning works from them, the records show that one's recurrence must be adjusted to a specific method to get the information granted. Along these lines, to receive a literary work, one should be somewhat literate. To get an abstract work, one must be to some degree proficient, and to get a thought regarding the makeup of subatomic particles, one must make them comprehend of laws of nature or an inclination towards physics. The Akashic Records stipulate that a thought may approach at the same time from places on the furthest edges of the globe when there is a need for that thought. In such a case, more than one individual must hold the recurrence to acknowledge that specific piece of information. Individuals who access the Akashic Records oftentimes get thoughts for inventions or other works well before they appear. For example, I got solid designs for GPS, movies on request, home computer fixed businesses, and ergonomics in the mid-1970s. The innovation for movies on request is still in its early stages, but the other thoughts have thrived. A few people who get to the records receive information before the reality to avert peril or other disasters for themselves as well as other people. Certain people have the ability to access and use the unique field of the Akashic Records to assist people with moving past blocks to progress, relationships, success, health, path, and individual truth. Spiritual advisors, experts, life mentors, or healers of various sorts access a client's records in the wake of getting informed assent, and afterward they work through any issues that a customer requires closure or clarity. One who gets to the records for another's sake can regularly empower someone to discharge blocks to self-information, reason, flourishing, or develop rapidly. When lessons are found out and the spirit's motivation turns out to be clear, one is allowed to move to the following life task. Someone capable at the records can see into addictive patterns, the whys of self-defeating practices and relationships, the whys of negative routine reactions and viable approaches to make arrangements and actions in life. Conclusion. The term Akasha originates from a 5,000-old Sanskrit language which signifies shrouded library. That doesn't mean there is a literal library covered up in the mountains. It isn't real, haul drifting in the sky as certain individuals might think, but instead a vibrational gateway whereby information can be revealed about spirits. It's somewhat similar to the incredible search engine for souls. The Akashic Records are essentially a fiery database in the ethers. Sounds pretty wafty and off the planet. However, simply like the web, it's an eminent source of information that you can, without much of a stretch, access if you know how. They are a documenting framework similar to a vigorous library that records each idea, event, action, feeling, and experience since the beginning of time. Maybe it's not to know why the Akashic Records are there, but just realize that they can be gotten to help you in your present life. The vitality of the Akashic Records is in the ether, so it's all over the place. The Akashic fields of vitality is found in each move you experience or take. This field is a living, developing being. It is a piece of your being, so in this manner it lives and advances similarly as you do. Akashic Records are basically another component of your being. Their purpose is to assist you with reaching your spirit's perfection, a file cabinet of instructions and blueprints. Comprising of numerous parts, Akashic Records hold the interesting patterns of your spirit. In the first place, the unique mark that is you and nobody else. This unique fingerprint isn't really a vibrational pattern that gives you blue eyes or a major reed end. It is your soul song, the spirit that is uniquely you even without your skin. The auxiliary vibration contains a list of lifetimes you have encountered, the spots, individuals, and things with whom you have interacted, the things you have learned or the things you have dodged. The thought is to present to them all into mastery and alignment. So, what sort of information is contained in this vitality field? All that you can consider, from undiscovered talents to old information on herbs and mending. Akashic Records aren't a peep appear. They won't let you know whether your spouse is a cheating partner. They can let you know whether you've had a previous existence with your auntie and why you can't stand being around her. If you have repeating fantasies about falling into a volcano, it may be that you were sacrificed in some life, and that information gleaned from the records can be used to desensitize your feelings of dread and lighten those fantasies. Similarly, as people have this element of consciousness, plants and animals as well have Akashic Records. They exist as a level of awareness that applies and impacts them. Their vibrational unique mark will be explicit to them as a horse, a dog, or a ragweed plant, in addition to who they are without the fur and feathers. Their Akashic Records aren't also characterized as those of a human being, yet they can also be accessed. Considering relocating, Akashic Records exist for places as well. When you settle on where you figure you may like to live, the records can be opened for that area and give you insights to assist you with settling on your choice. Feng Shui experts some of the time open the Akashic field for land or houses. Knowing the reason for a home may alter your perspective on a purchase. For instance, a home spirit may be to help families in moving on the subsequent stage. All things considered, families moving out of the house at regular intervals would not mean an unsteady neighborhood. The same is valid for land. Consecrated places will have an alternate vibrational record than the nearby tennis court. The Akashic record of a lot or houses may clarify why 3 years straight a tornado decimated a house down the road. That occurred in Georgia. It could be that plot of land didn't hold a home in its Akashic field, yet rather grass and wildflowers. Akashic records are useful for vocation choices as well. Each organization, even every office or store, will have its own field. Opening up those records could let you know whether the organization has a steady workforce and a strong, profound nature, or if there is a good deal of contention between the cubicles. Who can access Akashic records? Anybody and anyone can. You really do access them, regardless of whether it's unconscious, every time you make a move to change something important to you or how your life is running. Take a class, change a relationship, accept a new job, and so on. Contemplation will assist you with entering your field and give further bits of knowledge to help you through life. As we live our lives and sit back, we leave behind an engraving of each idea, activity, emotions, actions, and experience we have. It happens to us all for things we do. Consider it a huge storeroom of all human activity, but it is a positive place covered in affection. The beauty of the Akashic Records is that they are accessible to us all at any time, everywhere, and we dunk all through them without figuring. We do this when we have natural feelings that guide us in our choices in daily life, without us trying or even realizing this is going on. There are obviously sure standards when trying to access the Akashic Records, and the record guides regulate who needs to get to the records and why. So an unadulterated intention while accessing the records is an unquestionable requirement. If your intention is to gain information for unlawful or damaging reasons, at that point access will be denied. We can compare the Akashic Records to the World Wide Web. Each spirit has its own website page that is altogether interconnected with other pages. The Akashic Records are accessed by going into specific conditions of awareness. They're not something you can simply think about in your waking each day perspective. Although a few people who are profoundly psychic or sensitive can do this, it is anything but a state you need to be in, however, in your daily life. Like never before, we need our cognizant mind to explore the roadway of this modern age. There are huge numbers of zones you can explore in the Akashic Records. You can dig into ancient civilizations, past progenitors, or individuals from our soul family. You can take a look at your present relationships and gain a more noteworthy understanding about why you have the relationship you have. Or, on the other hand, you can discover what number of lives you shared together and what sort of relationships you've had. This life you may be siblings, and in a previous life you may be parent and kid. At a soul level, you generally pick the manner in which you experience your relationships and what the nature of them resemble. The most mainstream purpose behind accessing the Akashic Records is for healing. Maybe you are presently experiencing some sort of limitation in your life. Maybe you have tried different strategies to heal this, however, nothing has moved your issue. Some of the time, all the comprehension on the planet at a cognizant level doesn't clarify the reason you're encountering trouble in a specific part of your life. Healing by accessing the Akashic Records is an extremely amazing process. All profound healing is healing you at a spirit level. Also, in this life, we are here for our sole purpose. We have a crucial being here. That was our explanation behind resurrecting into this lifetime. The vast majority of us know at a more profound level if we are satisfying our soul potential. Accessing the Akashic Records is another device in our toolbox in life to assist us with pushing ahead with a superior comprehension of why we are here on planet Earth. There are numerous options open to you with regards to looking for messages from the spirit world. There are numerous strategies as well, which can assist with getting access to these realms. The Akashic Records are one such strategy. What happens during an Akashic Records reading? Everybody can get to the Akashic Records, however, using the services of an experienced individual like a psychic implies that they can separate important information from your very own records. The records are immense as they contain all engravings from all parts of life, however. Accessing your own engraving will prompt significant bits of knowledge. Any inquiry that you can consider with respect to your life can be answered by examining your very own Akashic Records. Are there differences between Akashic Records and psychic readings? Both can give you significant understanding and information. In this way, an examination of which one is better is a futile exercise. They will supply you with various evidence and information. Numerous individuals use a combination of various techniques instead of simply adhering to one. Psychic readings take their vitality from the peruser's third eye, with the vitality around the individual being alterable over short spaces of time. Akashic Records connect the heart chakra or source with the brain chakra. This empowers the reading of information from underneath the issues or patterns of conduct that we indulge in. If you want to know why you always respond or react to a common issue similarly, Accessing your records will give you the response. Psychic readings additionally rely upon the interpretation of runes or tarot cards, or possibly other pieces of equipment, and are the procedure whereby a psychic will most likely be unable to give clear, characterized messages, but rather interpretations. Akashic records, then again, are given exclusively based on the basis that you pose, so have a lot of inquiries ready. Psychic readings manage surface issues, and the information the peruser gets consequently depends on the alterable vitality discussed beforehand. This may not generally offer a clear answer, as the reader may need to interpret the messages they are being given from the spirit world. There is so a lot of other information floating around that it tends to be hard for the psychic to decode it effectively. Akashic readings, on different hand, offer explicit responses to questions. Both Akashic records and psychic readings can offer the searcher a considerable number of advantages, particularly when combined. This has been Akashic Records, a quick guide to master your life and unlock your power and energy.
This video is sponsored by the Receptive Effect. Discover the secret technique for unlocking your inner genius. Watch the full-length Receptive Effect video free by clicking the link in the description below.